need these, but. All right, can you hear us through the microphone? Okay, great. You like see the numbers.
Okay.
Should I have this mic turned off since we'll be speaking?
So you'll know it's working when you see the numbers.
All right.
Francie, when you use this and when the numbers are illuminated, you know it's working. So this is live.
Or that's when you just leave
Yep.
it on.
Yep. Yep. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session for Tuesday, October 12th. I'm the board chair, Kelly McNicholas Curry, and I'm delighted to have all of my colleagues here in the room, Steve Child, Greg Poshman, and Francie Jacober. And Patty Clapper is traveling and unable to join us today. We are kicking off today's meeting with what is perhaps the most delightful day of the year for our board, and I think for our community, as we honor those with our Pickens County Cares Awards. So this is the 21st year of the Pickens County Cares Awards and ceremony, and this is where we have the opportunity to honor those wonderful members of our community who give of themselves so selflessly in so many different ways to really enrich the community that we live in and to really take care of each other in important ways. So today we are honoring 16 individuals for their service in a variety of categories, as well as giving the Distinguished Greg Mace Award, which is how we will round out the day. And so to start, I would like to invite up Jill Sheely to come join us, and we'll ask Commissioner Steve Child to award Jill today. So Jill and anyone you'd like to accompany you, please feel free to come up here in the corner. Here we go. Yay.
Look at these two. These three. Wow, there's a bunch of them. Wow, there's a whole bunch of them.
And the tribe.
All right. All tribe. Well, welcome, everybody. So this is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, honoring Jill Sheely. Whereas Jill Sheely made Aspen her home more than 50 years ago, and while growing up with the community, has made a lasting contribution to the community and the lives of its young people. And whereas Jill Sheely has established herself as a veritable kid magnet with her series of children's books about the adventures of Fraser, the yellow dog, that are popular among locals and children visiting from all over the world. And whereas Jill Sheely was the founder of the Fraser Writing Contest in Aspen in 2001, elevating the talent of Aspen's 3rd and 4th graders in a friendly essay competition. And whereas Jill Sheely has also spent many years as a volunteer storyteller with the local Spellbinders program and is Spellbinders Valley-wide affiliate leader. And whereas Jill Sheely established the Aspen High School Student Health Careers Club, mentoring students on their paths to careers in medical professions. She is also very active with the Aspen Sister Cities program, giving local youth and families the opportunity to participate in student exchange programs. And whereas, lucky for us, Jill Sheely has recorded her years in Aspen in a new memoir entitled "Those Were the Days, Memories of an Aspen Hippie Chick," that many of us who also spent our formative years here can identify with. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Aspen's entrepreneurial hippie chick, Jill Sheely, with a Pitkin County Cares Education Award. So congratulations, Jill. So Jill, do you want to say some words?
Oh, gosh. Thank you, everyone. This is such an honor and unexpected, and I just really appreciate it. I do love the youth of this community and love to pay it forward. So I, again, really honored, and thank you all so much. Thanks for my friends for coming today, too.
Yeah, Jill.
Any board members have any other comments?
And I don't know if we want any of her friends to comment. We could if anyone wishes to.
No speech is ready.
All right, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Good job, Jill.
Please stick around for the reception afterwards.
Okay, next, Francie, if you are prepared. Francie, if you're prepared. We will welcome. Do you need me to get your closer? Yes, please. All right, we'd like to welcome up Nancy Lovendahl.
Hi, Nancy. Whereas Nancy Loventhal has dedicated her life to inspiring others through art, she is a world-renowned sculptor, and her artwork can be found in and around Aspen, at the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C., and at the Denver Botanic Gardens, and in numerous other private and public art collections the world over. And whereas, with that kind of street cred, Nancy Loventhal could bask in her notoriety from the confines of her secluded art studio in Old Snowmass. But fortunately for us, Nancy has chosen to widely share her creative process. And whereas, more than a decade ago, Nancy Lovendahl founded the Claudette Carter Art Mentors Program. The program, which is administered by the Art Base in Basalt, was designed for high school students seeking to explore careers in the creative arts and trades, through a 4-month mentorship with a professional artist. Dozens of local commercial artists have participated as mentors over the years. And whereas Nancy Leventhal herself has mentored dozens of aspiring artists from the local community, she not only shares the nuts and bolts of what it takes to be a working commercial artist, she also invites them into her creative world and inspires them to pursue fine arts as a pathway to a rewarding artistic lifestyle. And whereas Nancy Lovendall's mentees have said that her influence has not only helped them to realize their artistic dreams, but has saved them, in some cases, and changed the course of their lives. Now, therefore, let it be proclaimed that the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Nancy Lovendall with the Pitkin County Cares Education Award.
Wow. I'm really honored to get this award and so glad to be able to be here today. I just want to say that I am so grateful to Pitkin County. My husband and I are results of living in employee housing, and both of us as artists would have never been able to stay in this community without it. So you have made a commitment to the arts by having employee housing, and we are the result of that. It gave us enough of a track record that we could be Steve and Molly's neighbor in Old Snowmass, because we were able to qualify for getting a mortgage because we had a record paying our mortgage at the employee housing. As far as the Art Mentors Project, it really has changed lives of so many of the students that we've worked with. In fact, the person that nominated me, Monique Rodriguez, is now working and getting her master's at Pitkin County Library. Her father never wanted her to go to college, but by the time she was at the end of her mentorship, her father was so blown away with what she could do that he got like extra work so that she could go to school, and now she's getting her master's paid for by the library. So again, it's one of those situations that we're all just drops of water in this fabulous, fabulous reservoir called Pitkin County, and I'm really grateful to live here.
Congratulations.
All right, Greg, you have the next honors. So we would like to please call up Barry Romberg.
He's here. Great. I didn't see you. Great. Barry. This is fantastic. So glad to be here. I have the pleasure of reading the proclamation for Barry Ramberg. Whereas, from the very beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, Barry Ramberg has played an integral role in tackling the complex problems facing the community. And whereas, as a registered nurse and stout advocate for community well-being, Barry Ramberg has dedicated her time and expertise to the COVID-19 response. And whereas Barry Ramberg worked with the Aspen School District to help organize, implement, and administer COVID-19 tests at the school, this was a critical tool in order to keep students in school safely throughout the pandemic and control transmission rates throughout the entire community. And whereas, when COVID-19 vaccinations were approved, Barry again stepped up and joined the IMT and Public Health Mass Vaccination Clinic as a volunteer vaccinator. Throughout the mass vaccination effort, Barry helped administer over 20,000 doses over the course of 13 weeks. And whereas, during the transition toward a smaller and more dynamic vaccination clinic model, Barry helped Public Health pivot to meet the needs of the community by continuing to volunteer her time and expense. Throughout the clinics, Barry has not only administered countless vaccines and tests, but also helped assuage community anxiety, encouraged hesitant individuals to receive a vaccine, and tirelessly brought her energy, expertise, and compassion to the COVID-19 response. So now therefore, be it proclaimed, the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Barry Ramberg with the Pitkin County Cares Health Award. Thank you. If I could briefly, I just want to share my personal experience with Barry at a vaccine clinic where I was trying to be helpful as a greeter because they won't let me give shots. But we had people who were hesitant. We had people who'd heard, they thought it was a moral letdown to their friends if they got vaccinated because their friends had tried to talk them out of it. There were people who were so hesitant. And Barry and the other nurses were so gentle and so caring. We also had an individual with a mental health issue come, and they were so good at helping them get to the point where they were willing and eager to take the vaccine. And then the follow-through was great too. They went away happy knowing they had been in good hands. So I saw it firsthand, folks. Is there anything you'd like to say?
First of all, thank you, Pitkin County. We moved here 6 years ago, and you welcomed us with open arms. And secondly, I would do it all over again. I would start from scratch and repeat the same thing because I have met the most amazing people out there with me doing it. And there are some incredible people in this community, and quite frankly, everyone deserves to be recognized. So thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Great to see you at the next clinic.
Yep.
All right, and then I would like,
I think I'm next.
you are, and you have two.
Oh, you've got two of them. Oh, I
Yes,
do.
yes.
Yep. Oh, great.
Okay, and next
Right.
we would like to please call up Carolyn Moore and Linda Ukraine.
Me too.
I didn't recognize you in your uniform. There you go. I'll give you one and I'll read the other because I won't be able to remember. Okay, here we go. This is the proclamation, the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County. This is such a pleasure. This is for Carolyn Moore and Linda Ukraine. Whereas Carolyn Moore and Linda Ukraine have been volunteer rangers at the Maroon Bells Visitors Information Center for the past 17 summers. And whereas Carolyn Moore and Linda Ukraine greet passengers from the raft of buses and give directions to backpackers and other hikers, they are always cheerful and knowledgeable and offer a local's touch and perspective to the many visitors to the area. And whereas, working as a team, Carolyn Moore and Linda Ukraine started the practice of loaning hiking sticks and water bottles collected from the thrift shop to visitors to help them along the trail. And whereas, the crack team of Carolyn Moore and Linda Ukraine also created a message board at the Bells that has been well received by visitors over the years. And whereas, Carolyn Moore and Linda Ukraine are both master naturalists and give interpretive talks about wildflowers and the animals of the Maroon Bells scenic area and beyond. And whereas, every week, Carolyn Moore and Linda Ukraine tackle the less glamorous part of their volunteer job, cleaning the visitor center top to bottom, inside and out. So now, therefore, let it be proclaimed, the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Aspen's Carolyn Moore and Linda Ukraine with the Pitkin County Cares Environment Award. What a pleasure this is. There you go. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks to the Pitkin County Board. This is quite an honor, isn't it, Linda?
Yes, it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And, we've enjoyed every Tuesday that we work. This is our Tuesday up at the Bells.
This was our last Tuesday.
Our last Tuesday. But we do it from June through October, every Tuesday. And now I've got Tom doing it, too. So anyway, we love what we're doing, or we wouldn't be doing it.
Thank you, Rick. That's
Yeah.
great.
It would have been 18 years, except
It
for
would-
COVID.
Yeah.
I didn't know what you were going to be honored for, because I
Oh.
saw your name there, and I had no idea. I was like, what is she coming in for? Because there's so many other things you do.
Oh,
too.
thank you. Yeah.
So thank you all. Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
And we have our director, Marcia.
Good. Tom's here too. Wow.
Yeah, and Marcia.
I saw a
And
bunch
if
of
anyone
rangers
else would
walk
like
in.
to come and say a few words, please do so.
Anyone else have a speech?
Marcia. She's our director.
Okay.
She's our boss.
Here comes their boss. Give us the
Whereas-
straight story.
And whereas Carolyn Moore, well, we also, the Forest Conservancy is the nonprofit partner with the Forest Service, and we coordinate all the volunteer rangers and forest ambassadors, master naturalists for the White River National Forest. And I can tell you that it's such a pleasure to work with Carolyn and Linda over these years, and are always, as the information said. Always cheerful, always willing to help, and they're the first line of defense and communication in emergencies, using the radios, getting emergency care when it's needed. So they're far more than just a friendly greeter. They provide everything that's needed for our visitors to have a wonderful experience on our forest as well as in our beautiful city. And for the Forest Conservancy, we also want to thank Pitkin County because you guys have supported us financially for many years, and without your support, this program couldn't exist and our forest would be left unattended. So thank you so much. Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Tom, and all the volunteers.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to say one last thing is on a recent tour with the commissioners to the Maroon Bells, we were talking to the district ranger, Kevin Warner, about how important it was to have your team there because there's so much traffic to the Bells, so many people who can, through just not understanding how things work, get into trouble or cause a problem. And it's not always easy. We understand it's not always pleasant even. So thank you for your hard work. Glad you're there as the front line of defense.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is everything going okay?
Good job.
I just want to check in. We're doing a new AV, so make sure everything's going okay. Okay, great. All right, thumbs up. Perfect. So I would next like to invite up Howie Mallory and anyone you'd like to bring up with you for our next Environment Award, which will be given by Steve Child.
What's he up for?
Nice shirt.
You like that? I thought this was a Capitol Creek shirt.
So I just commented to Howie about the nice shirt that he has. It's a WeCycle shirt. So this is the proclamation for Howie Mallory. Whereas Howie Mallory is a dedicated steward of our open spaces and public lands, who has spent the last 40-plus years volunteering for organizations and causes that advocate for and protect our natural resources and community character. And whereas Howie Mallory is an astute observer who transforms his passions into action by strategically leading initiatives that will support our ecosystems, our access to wondrous landscapes and recreation, and our undeveloped lands for generations to come. And whereas with a wry sense of humor, sharp wit, and intelligence, Howie's gregarious personality and integrity inspires others to join in his mission to be a steward of this community's legacy, its place, and its people. Howie brings a rooted in community and roll up your sleeves attitude to his service. And whereas currently Howie Mallory shares his time, insight, and consensus building style with a breadth of boards including Pitkin County Open Space and Trails, City of Aspen Open Space and Trails, 10th Mountain Hut Association, Aspen Snowmass Nordic Council, and the Northwest Loan Fund. He has served on the boards of the Aspen Valley Land Trust, Aspen Center for Environmental Studies, Aspen Country Day School, and the City of Aspen Finance Committee. And while running Community Banks of Colorado, started the Community Spotlight Pieces for Aspen Public Radio. And whereas at age 77, Howie Mallory recently helped found the Hunter Creek Historical Foundation, an organization committed to restoring and preserving the historic cabins of Hunter Creek. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Howie Mallory with the Pitkin County Cares Environment Award. So congratulations, Howie.
Well done. Oh my goodness. I'm quite humbled by this. Thank you very much. But I really feel I'm just receiving this award for all those others I've worked with over 40-plus years. It's not a single effort by any means. It's a community effort. It started with the vision of Pickens County Board of Commissioners and the City of Aspen with respect to land conservation, open space, wildlife, habitat protection, and it's an ongoing responsibility, and I'm delighted to be a part of it. But I really accept this for all those I've worked with who've been committed to that effort, and in the past, present, and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Howie.
Nice if you got that plug for Hunter Creek Historical Foundation in there. Can let's add something real quick?
Sure, please do
Don't go
that.
away just yet, Howie. I just wanted to add that Howie also has a stealth presence in the valley. There's so much he's involved in people don't know about, and it wasn't even mentioned here, but wanted to say last year during the pandemic, he helped fund the Farm to Food Pantry program through fundraising and with sage wisdom and advice for the fundraising effort. And Lift Up now has a Farm to Food Pantry program that is robust and growing, and is going to contract with about 30 farms now within the local area to produce fresh food for our food pantries from here to Parachute. And Howie was instrumental in helping establish that during the pandemic, and it's ongoing now. And he'll get roped in again this year. Look forward to it.
Thank you. Okay, and I am delighted to present the next award to Deb Overender. If you'd like to come up and bring anyone with you.
This is great.
Okay, a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, honoring Debbie Overender. Whereas during Debbie Overender's quarter of a century in Aspen, she has been a volunteer extraordinaire for Pickens County Senior Services. And whereas Debbie Overender is a member of the Pickens County Senior Council and serves as its secretary. She also leads the Senior Book Club and has represented Pickens County at the Alpine Area Agency on Aging. And whereas Debbie Overender helps bag fresh produce at the Senior Center every week and is always willing to help answer phones at the front desk. She also helps to recruit senior volunteers. And whereas Debbie Overender helps to enrich the lives of seniors by teaching classes and giving presentations on relevant topics. She has continued doing this throughout the pandemic via Zoom so that Pickens County seniors have never had to miss a beat. And whereas Debbie Overender does all of this with great confidence and a can-do attitude. She has a knack for building trusting relationships with older adults so that they feel safe receiving assistance from her. She is a true cheerleader for the Pickens County Senior Center. Now therefore be it proclaimed, the Pickens County Commissioners and the people of Pickens County are honored to recognize Debbie Overender with a Pickens County Cares Senior Award.
Thank you very much. When COVID shut down the senior center, we decided to take the book club online. So I had to learn Zoom, and I also had to learn how to teach other seniors how to join and use the program. And it was truly amazing. And then Liz Siegel was going to give a presentation. I said, well, she couldn't do it because of COVID. I said, we'll do it on Zoom. And so then we had 30 people online, and it was truly amazing experience. But I would like to thank the county commissioners, because senior services does so much for the seniors in this community. From the nutrition program, the lunch program, their exercise programs, their educational programs, health information, their newsletter that talks about what's going on in the community. It really makes a difference to the seniors in Aspen, and their great advocacy too. So thank you.
I think Francie, you're up. All right, I would like to call up Macy Morris, and anyone? Sure.
Allison's here. Hey, Allison.
Hi, Allison.
Hi, how are you?
So this is for Macy Morris. Whereas Macy Morris has been a volunteer with Pathfinder Angels for the last 5 years. And whereas Macy Morris is a gourmet chef and uses her skills to make homemade meals for Pathfinder clients who are often homebound and coping with illness. And whereas Macy Morris also spends time with Pathfinder clients, recently Macy had an extended visit with an elderly man that brought him much comfort during his end-of-life transition. And whereas Macy Morris is also a painter and at times paints original cards for the clients she helps. She has also been known to bring them flowers. Because she goes so far above and beyond in her giving, Pathfinder clients will specifically request her from its volunteer pool. Whereas there is no doubt that the Pathfinder's clients who experience Macy Morris receive a lot. But Macy herself will tell you that it is she who is receiving the most from her experience with Pathfinders. Now therefore be it proclaimed, the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Macy Morris with the Pitkin County Cares Health Award, and Allison Daly is accepting this for Macy.
Yes. Thank you so much. Macy does an amazing job for us, and we're very, very grateful. Thank you.
Kelly, your camera's on. Yeah, your phone is just on. I just noticed that.
Thank you.
Is that normal?
All right, I would next like to call up Jeannie Walker and anyone you'd like to bring up with you to receive the Children and Youth Award.
I love the picture on the screen. That's a wonderful picture. So this is the proclamation for Jeannie Walker. Whereas Jeannie Walker is a former elementary school teacher with a passion and dedication for children, she became involved in the Buddy program in 2016 out of a desire to support local youth in need in the community. And whereas Jeannie Walker had to push the pause button to become a mentor in the Buddy program after suddenly losing her 26-year-old daughter in a river accident in Texas. Her daughter, Catherine, was a recent nursing school graduate and was working as a NICU nurse in Austin when the accident occurred. And whereas several months later, Jeannie returned to the Buddy program and was matched with 11-year-old Susie, who at the time was dealing with struggles of her own. Jeannie welcomed Susie and her family into hers and has been a fundamental part of her life and healing process. And whereas, because of Jeannie Walker's unconditional love and friendship, her little Buddy experienced stability that has helped support her through her teenage years. Susie is now a senior at Basalt High School and is determining what her future may hold. And whereas Jeannie Walker has also served on the Buddy program's board of directors and supports the program philanthropically, now therefore be it proclaimed, the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Jeannie Walker with the Pitkin County Cares Children and Youth Award. Congratulations.
You just said everything I was going to say. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I never thought having so much fun was going to bring me an award, because this little girl has been such a inspiration to me. But I'd like to thank you guys, the commissioners, for this, and especially the Buddy program. The Buddy program in this valley is unbelievable and so powerful. We have to work now to try to get her to college because she's come so far, and she has been just great to me. Wonderful. And thank you so much, you guys. And I didn't know you were going to bring up my daughter, so I'm sorry about the tears, but that's fine. Let's see. Yeah, I just want to say, you know, I've learned so much from her. As much as she taught me, I've learned from her. So it's awesome. Anybody who wants to be a buddy. Thank you so much.
Great.
Okay, Francie, I think you're up next. And I would welcome Sylvia Wendrow and anyone you'd like to bring up with you, please, for your Children and Youth Award.
Got our team.
Hi, Sylvia. Hi, Kim.
Francie,
Oh, yeah. Okay, whereas Sylvia Wendrow is the most active storyteller in the local Spellbinders program, she also serves as the Spellbinders scribe and historian, maintaining a record of all Spellbinders events and accomplishments. And whereas Sylvia Wendrow can be found in classrooms up and down the Roaring Fork Valley, weaving stories and telling tales to students of all ages and nationalities. And whereas Sylvia Wendrow makes a special effort to include words and stories in Spanish so that youngsters with little understanding of English can still enjoy her stories. And whereas it takes time and practice to capture the attention of a classroom of busy school children, but Sylvia has the magic of connecting with them. She's been enriching the lives of literally thousands of children since 2010. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Sylvia Wendrow with the Pitkin County Cares Children and Youth Award. Congratulations.
Well, I want to thank my cohort, Jill here, who's provided us with this wonderful leadership for our local Spellbinders group, now known as the Roaring Fork Valley Storytellers. And I want to say a thank you to our founding mother that I'm sure is unknown to many of you people here, Germaine Deesh, and supported by her husband Al, who started Spellbinders, I think it was at least 30 years ago. And our local group in the Roaring Fork Valley has been here, well, 25 years next year. And we encourage any of the seniors that are listening and watching to think about becoming a Spellbinders storyteller so that we can continue to connect seniors with the younger generations and get them away from the electronic devices that they seem to be glued to these days, and learn that you can just actually look at somebody and talk to them and listen. And so I'm delighted that I have a chance to let you know about this program. And I also want to put in another plug for a program for a youth. I'm involved with the Aspen Music Festival for over 10 years now, coordinating the student dinner program. And we hope that some of you out there will like to be hosts to some of the talented young people that come here for the music festival in the summer. So think about it, folks. We'd like to have you become a Spellbinder or support the Aspen Music Festival Student Dinner Program. So thank you so much. And for all, we've got some other wonderful storytellers right here with me today that volunteer their time. And so we hope the rest of you may think about it too.
I just want to add that I have heard many stories in my career as a teacher. I'm sure Steve heard some too. And it is amazing to sit in a classroom and listen to the Spellbinder storytellers. They are so good. And the kids are always mesmerized. I mean, there is no having to control the children. The story does that, and the incredible storytelling skills of the people that I've heard in the school. So thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person I would like to invite up is Charlie Vresilevic, and anyone you'd like to bring with you this award for the Good Samaritan Award.
Ooh, wow, look at this crew. Great.
Hi, welcome. Is this your family and friends with you? Friends? Okay. So, Whereas Charlie Bresilovic has been an invaluable participant and leader in the Aspen and Elgibel mobile food bank efforts throughout the pandemic, and whereas Charlie Bresilovic is funny and incredibly enjoyable to work with, he is efficient and organized and can work out how to divide up a box of beets evenly better than anyone we've ever met. Most recently, he helped unload nearly 500 points of donated food that was left over from the Jazz Aspen events. And whereas Charlie Bresilovic's skills and experience as a chef have been invaluable on many occasions, providing inspiration and information to clients and volunteers alike on obscure vegetables and other lesser-known food products. And whereas Charlie Bresilovic is the most loyal and dependable volunteer imaginable, inspiring others by his conduct and positive demeanor. Now therefore be it proclaimed, the Pickens County Commissioners and the people of Pickens County are honored to recognize Charlie Bresilovic with the Pickens County Cares Good Samaritan Award. Thank you and congratulations.
I'm so humbled. Thank you. I guess 47 years as a chef does give me some insight as to what to do and how to make food. So that always works well at a food bank. Let me just say that I kind of just got thrown into this because these fine women over here helped me with some stuff, and I said I got to play it forward. I got to give back. So I got in there and I just kept showing up, and I just kept showing up. And so many of our volunteers just keep showing up because there's a need out there, and we meet that need because we still live better than 90% of the people in the world, and there's people out there that need our help. So these ladies made it possible for me to see that and to play it forward and to continue to give, and I couldn't be more humbled by all of this. So thank you all so much.
Charlie. Anyone else want to make comments, Catherine?
I don't know that I could say it better than Charlie said it, but really the gods smiled on us when they gave us Charlie. He's absolutely incredible. He's enabled us to get back to what we really do and step back a little bit from the food distribution every single week by being in charge and taking it on. And we adore you, and you're amazing. He's also an amazing chef, just got to say that. But he typifies what we need, and as Charlie said, the need for food insecurity is real in Pickens County, and the pandemic's not over, and even when the pandemic's over, there will be food insecurity. So we really have to step up collectively and sort it out. And thanks to Charlie, we're able to do that. He's amazing. Thank you very much.
Well done, Charlie. And that's a cool crew you've got there.
I know, right?
Yeah.
All right, next I'd like to welcome up Paul Schultz and anyone you wish to bring with you. Hi.
Hi. This is a super fun one. So whereas Paul Schultz is an enthusiastic steward of his hometown of Aspen and its natural surroundings, and if anyone needs anything, he is the first to jump in and help. And whereas Paul Schultz volunteers regularly in the community, he helps the Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers, the Wheeler Opera House, skiing events, and the annual Trash Crush. And whereas every weekend when he goes hiking, no matter how steep or how deep into the woods he goes, you can find him pulling thistles and picking up trash. And whereas Paul Schultz often hikes up and around the Highland ski area, where he walks down the mountain underneath the exhibition chairlift, he has figured out how long it takes cigarette smokers to finish a cigarette that they light after getting on the chair by the density of cigarette butts he picks up over about a 100-meter stretch under the chairlift. He calls it the one cigarette smoked distance up the mountain. And whereas Paul Schultz often comes home with gloves, earbuds, beer cans, small liquor bottles, energy bar wrappers, and the occasional ski pole, his stewardship of public lands makes him happy to think that he's making a small difference in the world. Now therefore be it proclaimed, the Pickens County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Paul Schultz with the Pitkin County Cares Community Pride Award.
Well, thank you very much. This is a great and somewhat unexpected honor. It's the small things, out in nature, pick up trash when you walk by it. Could certainly use some help next spring. The thistles are getting less in some areas, but there's still plenty out there, and it's pretty rewarding when you're able to make a small difference on a hike and being out in nature. And thank you very much for the honor.
I have a question for you. So when you pull the thistle, you have to put it in a plastic bag so that keep the seeds from spreading? Is that what we should do?
In late season. So once they go to seed, that's why in the spring when it's wet and you can pull them by the roots, they still sometimes come back. They're very deep roots, but it's better to get them before they go to seed, if at all possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I had a question. What's the most interesting thing you found under the chairlift?
Oh, just recently they cut the hay, and I found a cell phone that was cut into like 2 large pieces, bent and cut, and I should have kept it. It would have been a nice desk ornament.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Well, I have the honor of presenting the next award to Devin Thomas and Ava Kaplan. Please come on up and bring anyone with you you'd like.
All right.
Okay, a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, honoring Devin Thomas and Ava Kaplan. Whereas Devin Thomas and Ava Kaplan are the leaders of the Aspen High School Pathfinder Angels volunteer program. And whereas these 2 girls unite and organize high schoolers who make meals and deliver them to people in our community struggling with cancer and other terminal illnesses. And whereas Devin Thomas and Ava Kaplan personally made Thanksgiving dinners for Pathfinder clients. They designed special box dinners that included turkey, stuffing, and all sorts of special treats. And whereas throughout the many COVID lockdowns during their 2020-2021 school year, and while Devin and Ava were attending school from home, these girls personally made many, many meals for Pathfinders, people in need. And whereas Devin Thomas and Ava Kaplan went beyond merely making and delivering meals, they worked closely with Pathfinders Director Allison Daly to learn about the people's lives they were helping and express the desire to learn about how kids their age can understand how to be present with others during grief or illness. And whereas Devin Thomas and Ava Kaplan are now creating an extracurricular class around emotional intelligence so that they and others can honestly and authentically give back to others. That sounds incredible. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Devin Thomas and Ava Kaplan with a Pitkin County Cares Health Award.
I promised them that they would not have to give a speech, but what I really want to say is that there aren't enough words to describe what these 2 girls have done. And even when I have gone through a hard time in my own life, these 2 girls have brought me so much joy and have just changed my life. So I just want to thank them from the bottom of my heart for being such a great gift to our community.
Thank you, Ava. Thank you, Devin. Okay, so I think it's me.
All right, next I would like to welcome up Rick Stevens and anyone you'd like to bring up with you.
There he is. Captain. Hi, Rick. Fantastic. This is great. This is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners honoring Rick Stevens. Whereas Rick Stevens was a 2-term mayor of Basalt, Colorado, and on numerous other community committees, Rick could have rested on his laurels after that kind of public service, but he continues to look for ways to improve life in the Roaring Fork Valley. Whereas in 2019, when the trustees of the town of Basalt made the decision to return more than $2 million in property taxes to property owners because of the Tabor Amendment oversight, Rick believed that some property owners would see their refunds as a windfall and a way to contribute directly to their community. And whereas, like any creative and out-of-the-box idea, some said it couldn't be done. Others said it shouldn't be done. But done it was, and Rick Stevens, with the help of a 4-member committee, created a grassroots community-wide effort called BOCC Area Gives. And whereas, Rick Stevens inspired the support of a small but prominent group of local business people to serve on the BOCC Area Gives Committee, including Bennett Branson, Jim Light, Gino Rossetti, and John Fox Rubin. And whereas, using their connections in the community and by circumnavigating bureaucratic red tape, the BOCC Area Gives team succeeded in raising more than $415,000 for nonprofits. The largest contributions came from a part-time resident who offered to match contributions made by his fellow owners of Roaring Fork Cabins and the Roaring Fork Club. Whereas, the primary beneficiaries were the Roaring Fork Conservancy and the Roaring Fork Pre-Collegiate Program. The Aspen Community Foundation helped to award remaining funds to other nonprofits, including the Growing Years and Arts Campus in Willits. And whereas, Rick Stevens will be the first to shower his fellow team members with credit for the success of this program, but it was Rick's leadership that created the inspiration. Now therefore, be it proclaimed, the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Rick Stevens with the Pitkin County Cares One-Time Exceptional Event Award. Congratulations, Rick.
Thank you.
I thought you were here to talk about the Homeowners Association.
No, thank you, and Rick LaFaro's here. I think he had a little bit of something to do with this. I appreciate it, but as Greg mentioned, the individuals that were mentioned here with me were the ones that really helped get this off the ground. It seems to happen that way for me. I have a 6th grader that was standing on the sidelines during a lacrosse game, and the other team scored a goal. And he turned and looked at me and said, "You know, Rick, I had nothing to do with that." And I feel like I really didn't have that much to do with this. It started out as an idea. It hit home with a lot of people. There were other people. It was mentioned here in the beginning that it maybe was something that shouldn't have been tried, but you know, we persevered. I had a few hours of meetings with the Community Foundation to convince them to let us put together a committee that included Hannah Berman and Ioani Ruiz from Alpine Bank, Sarah Shaw, and Stephanie Gianeschi filled in for us. Ski Company was instrumental in helping us get this going. Eagle County contributed right away, no questions asked. It was really interesting. At the tail end, when we thought we were done, we got a random phone call from an individual who had $100,000 he had to get out of his fund in 30 days. And we managed to figure that out and get $100,000 into the restaurants in downtown Basalt and down in Willits. So we did this before COVID. COVID's come along. We're still working through that. And now we're looking at this issue of migration to the mountains. We're going to try to put together a confluence coalition, we call it, with a group out of Eagle called Mountain Youth. We're going to continue to work with the pre-collegiate program at Basalt High School and also Access After School. So we're not quite done yet. I hope this isn't a single-time event. I hope we don't have to come up and get another award, but I hope somebody else does. But thank you, Rick and Greg and Commissioners very much.
Rick, do you want to say something?
Just again to echo Rick's leadership, really appreciated, and what an outstanding effort to be able to leverage so much capital for the greater good in Basalt and really support all the area nonprofits. So thank you. We really appreciate it, and I speak on behalf of all the nonprofits that received funding from Basalt Area Gives. It was a great vision and certainly a great gift. So thank you, and thank you, Commissioners.
The Mace Award. So, next up, we will be
Let's see, is it Roy?
doing our Distinguished Greg Mace Award. Do you need to bring people in? Yeah.
We'll have a short break here.
It's nice to see Pat Bingham come out of retirement, huh?
Yeah, thanks for working on this, Pat.
All right. I'm pleased and delighted to invite up Roy Holloway and anyone you'd like to bring up with you for the Greg Mace Award.
We've got a whole team. Look at this.
great.
Usual suspects. Wow. It's a crew.
Welcome. Come on in. Come grab a seat or join us up here. All right. Wonderful. Yes, a big crew for a big award. Well, this is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, honoring Roy Holloway. Whereas Roy Holloway has been a member of the Aspen Volunteer Fire Department for 26 years and has served as fire department chaplain and spiritual leader for the past 15 years. And whereas Roy Holloway organizes the Fire Department Honor Guard and is a longtime grill man helping to feed the public after countless 4th of July parades, we thank you. Whereas Roy Holloway extends his cooking prowess to summer picnics and other events for Crossroads Church, where he has served the flock for more than 20 years. And whereas Roy Holloway always shows up to help usher disabled veterans during their annual winter trip to Aspen and Snowmass. And whereas Roy Holloway is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on the local suicide hotline, offering his bottomless empathy and his calm, steady voice to those who need him during their darkest hours. And whereas Roy Holloway has been described as loyal, compassionate, faithful, and kind, and he doesn't shy away from a hug, he wholeheartedly gives back to his community, and the world needs more Roy Holloways. Now therefore be it proclaimed, the Pickens County Commissioners and the people of Pickens County are honored to recognize Roy Holloway with the Pickens County Cares Lifetime of Volunteerism Greg Mace Award.
I hope that you can hear me, because what I want to say is thank you so much to my community. And that's what all of these words represent, is community. It's what supports each and every one that has stood up here today and who have stood up here in the past. There's not enough to be said about how strong our community is because of the recognition and the volunteers and the different programs that go to help our community grow. And I want to thank Chief Valentine and so many of my brothers and sisters in the fire service, my family, my wife, who's standing behind. Unfortunately, she needs to be in front. And she's put up with me for 53 years, and it's the love that this community has given me. My brother Bob has told me to recognize him because he taught me everything I know, even though he's younger than I am. My grandchildren are here, my son is here, my sister is here. Bob drove all the way from South Dakota.
Oh, wow.
And thank you. But it's been said that my best friend in high school was Tony Wagner, and that the fact that Aspen survived our youth is a testimony to the sovereignty of God. And Craig was a good friend of mine in high school, and the only and first and the last speeches I ever made for a political purpose was to started at the Red Brick School behind a podium where I stood up and asked the student body to vote for Craig to be our president of the student council. And to get their attention of a student body of 97, I lit a firecracker behind it, almost got expelled from school, which there was a method in my madness. But I did stay in school. But Greg had given so much, the Mace family, and that is just one element that makes up this community. We had a progressive dinner my senior year, and Lynn Mace was a dear friend of mine, and we finished up at Toklat, and that's where her mother explained to us the hazards of having red dye number 5, maraschino cherries. So I can't express enough how wonderful this community has been to me. I've been the recipient of so many blessings, and at the loss of my son 15 years ago, it's an honor to man the phone for the suicide prevention and all these different organizations that are in this community that help us now in our mental hygiene. It is so wonderful. It wasn't available there 15 years ago in the numbers that it is now. And I just ask that everybody watch over your children, especially in the middle school, high school, and watch and listen to them. I get so many calls from the youth, and it is painful. I get them from all over the United States and even from Afghanistan and South Korea. But our community is in need of people with just an ear to hear. God bless everybody, and thank you so much for this award. Thank you for being here. Yes. Oh, yes. Lynn stood behind the agenda. There you are.
Please introduce yourself. Hello, my name is Laura Mace. I'm Greg Mace's daughter, and it's an honor to be here today. I don't always get the opportunity in my schedule to be here, so I'm very honored and thrilled to have you receive this award. I want to parlay just quickly how important I think community is, and as this world has undergone the most tragic events of the last couple of years, and suicide prevention being something I'm very familiar with in the line of work that I'm in. I honor and respect everything that you do and to keep this community safe. And if it weren't for the sacrifices that my father and subsequent people have made moving forward, we wouldn't have a community. So thank you for everything you do. I appreciate it. I'm grateful I could be here for you.
My name is Lynn Mace. I'm Greg's sister. And Roy, I have a story to tell on us. Do you know what it is?
I'm open.
Okay. Roy and I double dated. Probably there was a little necking in the back seat of the VW bus that my brother, Greg, was driving many, many years ago. So I am so happy that you got this award. And we still might do a little necking.
And I'd love to invite anyone who'd like say any remarks about Roy.
I'll keep it short. All I want to say to you, Roy, is thank you very much for being such a good part of our fire department, being there for us when we need it. As you mentioned, Roy's one of the founding members of our honor guard, and he's always there no matter what happens. He's going to be there. I call him up, and he's the first to go to Denver, to other funerals for firefighters and policemen and military around the state. He's always the first one there. So Roy, thank you for being our spiritual leader. Thank you for being our friend. And someday I'll tell you some stories we had in New Orleans together, but I won't do
that.
My name is Brian Holman, and I'm a nephew, one of many nephews for Roy and Jan as well. Thank you all for being here today. I just want to say a couple of things. I just want to try and relate how important family is and community, as Roy was saying, how important that is, and how important he is to our family. You know, we lost Roy's parents in the last several years here in Aspen, and he's taken that leadership role that he learned from his folks and continued it within our family. A very strong family, a very diverse and wide-ranging family. He's been an example for so many people in his community and in his family as well, and I'm a testament to that. I lost my parents real early, way early than I should have, and I gained a new set of parents and my kids don't have grandparents, but they do here. Those are important things. And my son went into fire because of Roy. And he, was a fireman in Cedar Park, Texas. And he just recently started the honor guard because of Roy's inspiration in that town that they didn't have or hadn't had in some time. So thank you, Roy. I appreciate that. Thank you for the inspiration. Thank you, Board of Commissioners, for the honor and the Mace family as well.
Can I have it for a second? For just 1 minute. Pat, stand up. Pat has been at the helm of the Pickens County Cares Awards for over 15 years.
21.
21! I didn't give up 21 years ago, did I? Anyway, I did it before Pat. I gave it to her gladly 21 years ago, and she has carried the torch to make this thing work and organize it, and I am incredibly grateful.
Oh, thank you. When I first was assigned to do the Pickens County Cares Awards, I was part of all the other things that I had to do for the county, and it was a lot of work, and I dreaded it. I was like, oh gosh, this is tough, And every year during the ceremony, I would just be blown away. I'd get emotional. I'm emotional right now, meeting the people in the community that I had no clue about, most of them. Of course, everybody knows Roy. I think my sister might have made out with him too. But that's another story. But I mean, the people that pick up trash, the people that help people with cancer, the people that are big buddies. I mean, I don't know who they are, and this is the only time of the year where we get to see their, faces. We try to see their faces, and it's a big deal. It's a big deal to me, and I think it's a big deal to the commissioners because they keep wanting to do it over and over again, and we're going to do it as long as we're around, right? Every year. So thank you. It's been an honor.
So on behalf of the board, I do want to thank the Mace family for your ongoing interest in these awards, and Roy, to acknowledge and honor you and recognize you today. And to all the other recipients who we've honored today, thank you for all your contributions to our community. They've been extraordinary. We look forward to sharing a meal with you over our reception over the next hour, so thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So for folks still with us, we will reconvene for our work session at 1 o'clock. Thank you, and Grassroots will break till 1. Okay, welcome back everyone to the Picken County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, October 12th. We are reconvening after our reception with our Picken County Cares awardees, and we'll turn our attention to the 2022 budget. And I will invite Connie Baker, who is our budget director, and John Peacock, our county manager, to get us started here.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Connie Baker, Picken County Budget Director. Ann Driggers, our Finance Director, is also joining us on the phone, and of course, John Peacock. Let me get the slideshow going. Okay. Just a couple of organizational notes before we get started, and then I'll hand it over to John Peacock to start. There is a lot of information in the Commissioner's budget binders. Apart from the County Manager's budget message and today's presentation, there's also a revenue overview, new position requests, capital requests, and capital and departmental 10-year replacement schedules that are in the binders. For those who are listening online, all of this information can be found online at pickencounty.com by going to the Finance Department and then clicking on the proposed 2022 budget, and all of the materials can also be found there. During today's presentation, we will not have any decision points for the board. We will give a big picture overview and look at highlights of our revenue projections and also our proposed appropriations for the budget. And then we will follow up today's meeting with meetings in October and November, where staff will be present and they will present their budgets in a lot more detail than what we'll go into today. And then we'll culminate the whole process on December 15th with the second reading and adoption of the 2022 budget. So with that, I'm going to pass it off to John Peacock.
So let me jump in real quick.
Yeah.
Connie, do you prefer that we ask questions as we go, or do you want to sort of prompt us at certain times during your presentation of when we should raise
Yes,
questions? What works
questions
for
as
you?
we go would be great.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. All right, hi, John.
Hi, can you all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Good, good. Well, thank you, and thank you, Connie. And if you could advance the slide, Connie, I'm not seeing that the presentation, I'm not seeing the presentations. Are we on slide 3 at this point?
Yes, we're on slide 3.
Connie, I don't think
Okay,
we see them
thank you.
either.
We don't see it.
Oh, I didn't share. I'm sorry.
Connie
got
could
this-
see it, none of the rest of
I've
us,
got
John.
it down when I'm at home, and I'm not doing so well here in person. Sorry about that. There we go.
And everything Connie said was put conveniently on a slide.
There we go. John, can you see it now?
Yes, thank you so much,
Okay.
Connie. That's really helpful. So this budget was developed in the ongoing context of the COVID pandemic. And the pandemic has represented probably one of the most disruptive periods, certainly in my over 20 years of public service, and probably over the last century. This has been one of the most disruptive periods of change for all of us. And there's a lot of good news in this. We knew that the pandemic was going to drive a lot of uncertainty. And so over the last 2 years, we've budgeted conservatively. In 2019, we had anticipated, just due to normal economic cycles, that we were likely to see a economic correction in 2020, or certainly within the period of the 5-year plan. We certainly did not predict that it would be due to a pandemic. But really, starting in 2019 with the 2020 budget, we started planning conservatively with our revenue projections and hence our appropriations. And as it's turned out, we've weathered the COVID pandemic very, very well. We remain in a very, very healthy financial position, and as we see in 2021 and going forward, not only have revenues recovered from the major disruptions of 2020, but have grown beyond our projections. And in some cases, for example, sales tax, well beyond our projections. There was also a lot of federal and state grants that were very difficult to project in our previous budget planning, but we've certainly, in some cases, organized to take advantage of, and in some cases, they have just come to us as a county. And those two factors layered on top of the conservative budgeting that we did in 2019 and 2020 in preparation for the budget years of 2020 and 2021 have really helped us not only retain, but as Connie will show later in the presentation, significantly grow fund balances that as we're emerging from this disruptive period and feel like we have a better view of how things are going to unfold with the pandemic and the economic uncertainties, that we're feeling more confident in making recommendations to invest in infrastructure and services and to fill new gaps that have emerged during this uncertain time. That is not to say that uncertainty is gone. Obviously, we are still in the throes of this pandemic. We will remain nimble as staff, and we're going to ask the board to remain nimble with changes that may come our way that are difficult to project. But as we will constantly come back to our healthy fund balances and the fund balances that we've built, particularly over the last 2 years, provide us some flexibility to move forward with the budget that we're recommending. Connie, can you go ahead and flip the slide? Thank you. Connie, do you want me to do this one too? Am I doing through 5? Sorry.
Or I can start to speak to this, and
Okay.
John will jump in. We're going to tag team a little bit. So for all county funds, if you compare our original 2021 budget, before there were any carry forwards or supplementals or anything else, compared with the proposed 2022 budget, it's a 14% increase in expenditures. If you divide that between operational expenditures and capital expenditures, the operations would be a 13.1% increase, almost a 22% increase in capital. Also for all county funds, an increase in revenue of 11.2%, again versus the original 2021 budget. When we're looking at fund balance, we usually compare it as a percentage of our operational expenditures. And the fund balance at the, with our proposed 2022 budget remains the same percentage as it was with our proposed 2021 budget at 64%, so very strong fund balances. In the general fund, the 2022 budget is a 14.8% increase in expenditures and a 16.2% increase in revenue, that again compared to the original 2021 budget. But the fund balance, there's a big difference, going from 31% projected in our 2021 budget to 41% with this 2022 budget. The GFOA recommends 16.7%. That's 2 months worth of operating expenditures as kind of that minimum fund balance, rainy day fund, both for emergencies or cash flow purposes. So as you can see, we're well above that percentage. However,
Yeah, so-
go ahead,
Oh,
John.
go ahead, Connie. Go ahead.
You know, normally we don't have double-digit increases in our budgets. That's fairly rare, except for capital, which obviously can fluctuate a lot. We budgeted very conservatively in 2020 and 2021. If you compare what's happened with the original 2021 budget, you see those increases in the teens. But if you compare with our ending 2021 projection, you get a little bit different picture. As we're seeing revenues come in much stronger than we originally thought. We've added a number of things during the year through supplemental requests. So for all county funds, it would be a 4.3% increase in expenditures versus the 2021 projection, a 1.1% increase in revenue. And for the general fund, 3.8% increase in expenditures and 1.2% in revenue.
Yeah, and we typically, as Connie said, we typically try and do an apples-to-apples comparison, beginning budget to beginning budget, ending budget to ending budget. One of the reasons we wanted to bring back these percentages in this case is that this has been such an unusual couple of years of planning. And so we've been very, very conservative going into the budget year. So while we were doing budget planning, and then of course, as we incrementally saw how either revenue opportunities were changing or service demands were changing, we made more adjustments than you would typically see in our budgets through supplementals over the next couple years. So did not want to leave the board or the public with the impression that our budget was growing from by 14% from those adjustments. It's actually rather modest growth that's in line with more normal budget years.
And so the 2022 budget follows 2 years, as we mentioned, of very conservative budgeting. Our 2020 original budget was down almost 4.5% from the year before, and then our 2021 budget was pretty much flat, both at $141.7 million. So this increase does follow 2 years of either decreased or flat budgets. However, we're maintaining surpluses in operations and strong fund balances, and then using fund balance for capital projects. And the capital projects, the board has the opportunity to either delay or to stop capital projects if economic circumstances change. John, do you have anything else you want to add to that?
No, Connie, thank you.
Okay, so starting to get into the numbers. On the next 3 slides, we show our fund balance summary. This summary is what I like to call the budget in a nutshell. It gives the whole thing right here. Listed down the left-hand side, we show all of the different county funds. And then in the columns, we start with our projected beginning fund balance. So that would be our ending fund balance for 2021 and what we would start the year 2022 with. Then we have the revenues that are in the proposed budget, the operational expenditures, and the capital expenditures, total expenditures. We have a number of transfers between county funds, and then that all adds up to a net change in fund balance. And then the column after shows our ending fund balance. And then the very last column shows the fund balance as a percentage of total operating expenditures. I'm going to try to adjust my screen. Okay. For the general fund, we're projecting that we will start 2022 with a little over $17 million in fund balance. we've proposed a budget of $41.5 million in revenue and $37.5 million in operational expenditures. Then we have a number of transfers. Transfers in the general fund are both to support operations and capital. And a net change in fund balance, decrease in fund balance of $1.76 million, which would leave us with an ending fund balance of $15.3 million. And that's 41% of operational expenditures. The different categories that you see in colors for the general fund balance, those match up with the chart on slide 35 towards the end of the presentation as we look at some different pots or different ways of categorizing the fund balance. And we'll explain more of that as we go along. The unassigned balance is really the part that is most at the board's discretion, that can be used for the board's priorities, and that's kind of the extra on top. And then the ARP funds received also are available for certain types of projects and for community recovery after COVID. We are proposing that some of the ARP funds received would be used to fund term-limited COVID-related positions. 6 of them in the Public Health Fund and 2 in communications under our Communications Director, Laura Armstrong. For the Capital Projects Fund, we begin the year with almost $2.2 million, $1.4 million in revenue, about $3.6 million proposed in capital expenditures. And then we have transfers out of the capital fund to pay for debt service, but transfers of $2 million into the capital fund from the general fund. It decreases the fund balance to about $682,000. So this is what we'll see then for all county funds. We have all of our special revenue funds, and you'll notice that the net change in fund balance in most cases is due to capital expenditures in the fund. In our road and bridge fund, we typically spend an average of $2.2 million every year on road projects, road maintenance. This year, we had saved up fund balance in the road and bridge fund and started with a higher fund balance than normal. And so they're proposing to do 2 projects that are especially large in 2022 and have over $3 million in capital projects. So we're spending down fund balance a little there. You'll notice in the housing fund, there's a decrease in fund balance. The largest one, which really sticks out, is in the Transit Sales and Use Tax Fund. And there are some very large projects that are planned there, a $6 million contribution to the town of Snowmass Village for the Snowmass Mall Transit Station, and a $3.3 million contribution for the Brush Creek Park and Ride improvements, along with a number of other transit-related projects. The 6% in fund balance may look small. It's a little bit deceiving because within the operational expenditures of the Transit Sales and Use Tax Fund, actually we have 64% of that is pass-through sales tax. So sales tax that we collect into the fund in the revenue, and we pay it straight out to RAFTA, City of Aspen, Snowmass Village, and Basalt. So 86% of the use of fund balance in the Transit Sales and Use Tax Fund. Oops, I'm sorry, I'm getting my numbers a little bit mixed up. The fund balance would be 193% of the operational expenditures if it weren't for that pass-through tax that we see. So a little bit deceptive. Some areas where our fund balances are a little small are in the human services and public health funds. You'll notice that's below our 16.7% that we look at. The human services and public health funds are subsidized by the general fund. So we tend to transfer into those funds the amount they need, but not necessarily an amount that would build up their fund balance, knowing that the general fund is really the backup for those funds, that should something out of the ordinary come up, like in 2020, the board immediately moved with emergency resolutions to transfer general fund balance into first public health to start staffing up and providing services, and then into the human services fund for economic relief payments. So we don't mind having lower percentages in these funds since we have general fund as their backup. Redstone Ranch Acres, Road General Improvement District. I think the board is aware of some of the issues with this fund, and in fact, they have a ballot measure out this November to increase their property tax. The debt service fund is only required to have fund balance enough to meet the different bond covenants. And then the next page shows our enterprise funds and our internal service funds. You'll see a decrease in fund balance in the Solid Waste Center with some of their larger capital projects, and then also in the Health Insurance Fund. The Health Insurance Fund, we've made a decision this year to intentionally spend down some of the fund balance. In this fund, a comfortable fund balance level for us is between $2 and $3 million. Which is enough to cover us as we are a self-insured health insurance program. You can see that we're projecting to be up, getting closer to $5 million in fund balance. And that fund really doesn't need to be that high. We've had a number of very good years. And so we're proposing to spend down some of the fund balance and reset at a different level of fund balance. So the proposed budget includes a 10% decrease in the cost of health insurance, both for county and for employees.
What kinds of things would you spend it down on?
It's just our normal costs. Basically, we are bringing less revenue into the fund, but keeping the expenditures the same.
Okay.
And for the board, I think what it really is we're taking risk against the fund balance. You know, we tend to budget those expenditures in cooperation with our brokers' estimates about what the next year's medical costs are going to be based both on projected utilization as well as any inflationary increases. And so that we tend to do a little bit better, except in years when we don't. And so in this case, I would frame this up as we're taking more risk against that fund balance, and that negative fund balance represents that risk by reducing the premium. Is that a fair reframe, Connie?
Yes, it is, absolutely.
Okay.
And we may very well do better than what it's showing in these numbers.
Will that translate into lower premiums for employees?
Yes.
Okay.
A 10% reduction in premiums for
Got it.
employees
Okay.
in 2022.
Yeah, and so that will go to families or those with a dependent. We do provide no cost for individual employees, so that will remain, of course, the same.
And we'll go into more detail on that on November 16th when we talk about the health insurance fund. So overall, the whole county budget, we're proposing revenues of $150 million and expenditures of $161,696,000. And again, retaining a very healthy fund balance, 64% of operational expenditures.
And Connie, if you could go back to that slide, I just wanted to point out that the operational expenditures are less than the budgeted revenues. So we do not have a structural problem. We have a structural surplus. The county, except in very rare circumstances or for very large projects, has a pay-as-you-go philosophy where we save up fund balance and then spend it down on projects. And so it is not unusual to see an accumulation of fund balance and then a use of fund balance, that net negative change. For the board and for the public, what you want to make sure of is that your operating expenditures are always exceeded by your revenues, or you'll have a structural issue, which this budget does not. It's a really pay-as-you-go philosophy on projects and capital that's causing the use of fund balance.
And one thing to remember also, although 11.45 million seems like a lot, 9.8 million of that is just in the Transit Sales and Use Tax Fund. They've been saving funds for quite some time, particularly Snowmass Village had a pot of funds set aside, and this year in 2022 it's proposed that they be spent. So 86% of that use of fund balance is just in the Transit Sales and Use Tax Fund.
Could I ask a question?
Yes.
Just, I'm thinking about was it page 8 in our packet with you're on fund balance, and you're discussing fund balance, and it just says deficits ahead in the 10-year capital plan. So we're doing great now, but I just want to dive into that at the appropriate time when you have a chance to speak about that, John, or Connie.
Yeah, particularly in our road and bridge fund, and with some of the public safety issues, for example, the jail building. We are facing some larger capital projects that are not currently built into this plan. Our road plan right now does a good job of maintaining county roads and keeping the roads at a certain level. However, it does not include, or rarely includes, capital projects, large rockfall mitigation projects, or paving of new sections of roads, or other projects. So we do a good job of maintaining. New capital projects are another issue.
Got it.
Yeah, so Greg, those are the circumstances. So we, as Connie said, it's those capital improvements that really, if we wanted to enhance capacity on a roadway or make a new safety improvement, that tends to be where we're really challenged from a funding perspective. We're doing a good job, as Connie said, maintaining what we have. And then when you have a large capital project, so for example, when we built the facility that you all are meeting in, I think maybe not all of you, but at least that the meeting room is in that case, we looked at either financing through tools like certificates of participation, bonding, and in extremely rare cases, we seek a new revenue source, whether that be, well, grants aren't as rare, but new tax is very rare for the county to seek. And so depending on the nature and scope of future capital projects that the board might want to accommodate, whether that be, as Connie said, a new jail facility, or if there were significant improvements to be made, whether they be safety or capacity improvements on our roadways, we do not have room in the budget to do those things.
Got it. Thank you. Yeah, I was trying to think of. I guess we don't get together and talk about 10 years out very often, or what the big ships are on the horizon. But I do know you bring them to us when they appear on your radar. I'm thinking specifically about our ambitions regarding electrification or climate mitigation, and how that's going to be expensive somewhere down the line. So I want to put it on the radar.
Yeah, and those are all the kinds of things. So you will see in this budget as we move through the presentation that we do have funds for more detailed planning, so that we can project those costs out and have those discussions with better information at the table than we have today.
Great, thank you. Looking forward to it.
Other questions before we move on? Okay. So just a snapshot of the budget, proposed revenue. Oops, I got a misspelling in that chart. I'll get that corrected. We have 150 million proposed in revenue for the budget, and this just gives you a snapshot of that revenue broken out by fund. The general fund is our largest for revenue, followed by transit sales and use tax, and then the airport. Transit sales and use tax, remember, is always a little bit of an anomaly because so much of that is the sales tax that we just pass through to other entities. Another way of looking at the revenue is breaking it out not by fund, but by the type of revenue. You'll see that our largest segment is sales tax at almost a quarter of the total budget. Sales tax can be volatile, as you well know. It's dependent on our economy and many factors that can be beyond our control. Fees and service charges are the third largest revenue section. And for the landfill, for the airport, even community development, those are a large part of their revenue. And that, again, can follow the economy and change year to year. Property taxes, on the other hand, are extremely stable, 22.7% of the overall county budget. Intergovernmental revenues include grants also. We often will look at core services and the costs and the revenues within our core services. That includes general fund, capital fund, road and bridge, human services, and public health. We group these 5 funds together because of interdependencies between them. Our sales tax, we allocate between the general fund, capital fund, and road and bridge fund. And then the general fund highly subsidizes human services and public health funds. So there is discretion from the board how much we may want to subsidize public health or human services, or how to allocate sales tax between capital projects or road projects as compared to general fund services. So that's why we do show this grouping of these funds together. The numbers that you see in the proposed budget and 5-year plans are based on these projections that you see here, along with others that we'll explain as we're going along. On August 20th, the county staff met with the Financial Advisory Board to review these projections. We always ask for their help every year. They provide a very valuable insight since they're high-level professionals in banking, finance, and the business community. So getting their input of what they see happening in the economy is quite helpful. In property tax, most of our county funds are limited by the taxpayer's Bill of Rights. We can only increase by the amount of prior year inflation plus the growth of the overall tax base. And then we also have some other statutory limits. There's a statutory limit of 5.5%. So even if inflation were to increase dramatically, we still would be capped at no more than a 5.5% increase in property tax year to year. The exceptions to this are our open space and trails and ambulance fund, which have asked voters' permission to be excluded from Tabor. So you see property tax growth ranging from 4.3% down to 3.1% in 2026. I'll skip down to investment income. Investment income, as you can see, the percentages are pretty low. And then sales tax and community development I'll talk about as we're looking at the graphs on the following slides. It'll be a little easier to see it that way. So sales tax is probably the biggest discussion point with the Financial Advisory Board. The blue line represents our budget, both the budget from past years, current, and then projected out as we're proposing in the 2022 budget and 5-year plan. And the green line shows actuals. You notice a large blip in 2019. There are a couple of things that happened that year. Apart from the economy being very strong, we also saw a change in state legislature based on the Wayfair court decision, which has allowed the county to collect sales tax on internet sales and also on items that are purchased in another area and delivered to Pickens County. So that includes many construction materials. That went into effect midway through 2019. So we started to see a large increase, probably based on that. But then COVID hit, of course, in March of 2020, and we saw a decrease in 2020 of 2.1%. Trying to project where we will be at the end of 2021 was an interesting discussion point. We have seen sales tax come in very strong. January and February were a little low, but then the rest of the year has been very strong. When we first proposed an amount around what we have here, the 13.6 million, the FAB was hesitant on that. It just seemed too high to them. But then when we started seeing another month of data come in and another month of data, it started to seem a lot more reasonable. And we'll look at that on the next chart. However, they did feel that 2021 is in some ways an unprecedented year, and they did not feel comfortable using that as a baseline for future growth. So that's why with the 2022 budget, we've proposed a 4.2% decrease from the projection. The projection is an 18% increase over 2020 actuals, but 2022 down 4.2%. So it's resetting the sales tax at a little bit lower level. And then after that, 2023 through 2026 is based on our historical average of a 4% increase.
Quick question, just regarding the uptick in 19, that's the sales tax uptick due to use tax shifting to sales tax, that's what we're talking about?
That's part of it, yes.
And is it also internet-based tax collection?
That's correct.
So I'm going to assume that, there was so much internet-based shopping over the pandemic, and I think that that's still increasing. If you look at all the Amazon boxes.
Yes.
And they're thinking about that as they're making these projections.
That's correct.
Thank you. I thought so.
And Greg, our long-term projections are that 4% in the out years, really starting in 2022 and beyond. That's really based on a historical average right now. So what we did was we rebased, with what's happened in 2020 and 2021, and then applied that historical kind of increase to it. And so that's what you see, and that's why you see that the trend line kind of holds. If you really took a ruler from 2017 to 2026, you're going to see that's going to match pretty closely a trend line there.
Right, thanks.
Breaking down the sales tax a little by month, it's interesting to see the last 3 years. It's been quite the roller coaster ride. 2019 is in the orange, and then 2020 in the blue, and 2021 in the purple. We were down in January and February as there were a lot of COVID restrictions in those winter months. Shot up much higher than the last 2 years in March, and then you see all the way April, May, June, July. It's been much higher than other years. And just checked the bank this morning, we just got our August sales tax, and August is up 29.3% versus 2020.
Year to year.
Yeah.
Okay.
And up 38% compared to 2019.
Wow.
So this August, which I didn't have at the time I put this together, really should be up about at this level that the pointer is showing there. at this point, we could actually be flat to 2020 in each of the following months of the year and still meet that projection. And remember, we did have food and wine in September. So we feel like that 18% projection, even though the number looks high, it does not seem unreasonable. In fact, we feel pretty strongly that we're going to beat that projection.
Yeah, seems conservative.
Yeah.
And why are we anticipating December to be so much lower?
We were being conservative. And part of that is based on the Financial Advisory Board. And as they were looking at those numbers, they had a hard time swallowing that 13.6 right at first. So we've been conservative. We do leave the door open for changes, especially as we get another month and another month of actual data in. It's possible that we could adjust our projections.
Connie, I have a question.
In that case, it would add to fund balance, and you'd have more discretionary fund balance left for the board if those, if the board were to approve this budget and those revenue projections came in higher, it would leave fund balance for future years' budgets.
This is a question a little bit separate from necessarily the budget, but how much can you break down the sales tax?
We are not allowed to disclose individual taxpayers. We can see some groupings by category, and Anne does some analysis every month looking at that. Some of it is maybe a little difficult to analyze as stores where we know there are construction purchases happening, like Lowe's in Glenwood, are under the retail category, not under the construction category. And I believe the state has been working on getting a little more data so that we could see internet sales, but we have to guess at it right now.
Okay.
That's going to be important to be able to get solid data on that. I think it just seems like such a huge element now.
And it's not slowing down.
Yeah, it's a little unrelated to the budget question, but I would be curious to know more about what we can know related to how our sales tax is generated. Future discussion.
Well,
thank you.
We can certainly, I think Anne is listening in. I think we can, certainly present on the breakdowns that we do have. They are through the state's Department of Revenue. So they may not be quite as, I know for us, we haven't been able to parse out some of the questions that would be really specific, I think, to our economy, but we can certainly bring that back. Looks like Anne is on and raising her hand there.
Hi, Anne. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, great. I wasn't sure my headphones were working. I try and do an analysis every month, and our biggest sectors by far are hotel, accommodations, hotel, and retail. An interesting swing that's happened since before 2019 and currently is that prior to that time, entertainment and restaurants and accommodations were basically the largest sector, and now that's being taken over by retail. What I don't know is how much of that retail is online, how much of that retail is related to construction, or how much is in brick and mortar stores in town. And unfortunately, it's impossible to tell because, for example, just take one company, Land's End, for instance. Every purchase made in Pitkin County at Land's End is going to be online. However, they have a store on the Front Range, and therefore the state of Colorado classifies them as basically a Colorado company and not a remote sales. So it's very difficult in that regard to slice and dice because Land's End will just make one return of their tax, and it won't be flagged portions of it which are online and which are not. So that just gives you an example of how it's difficult to break down retail much further. But I do feel that, you know, with seeing a significant portion from online sales and also from construction that's bought out of Pitkin County and delivered in Pitkin County.
Thank you, Ann.
Thank you, Ann. So next, community development fees. Community development is very difficult to budget. It is typical to see double-digit swings in percentages up and down in their revenues year to year. As you'll see in the actuals, there can be large increases and then large dips. 2019 was very high, and then 2020 was unprecedented. Our projection for 2021 is that we will be just slightly higher than 2019, but that is a 21.1% drop from 2020. And then our budget is slightly lower, minus 1.85%, and then a slight increase in 2023. So really, we've got 4 years from 2019 through 2023 that we're projecting will be at about the same level. The projection is based on the number of permits and applications lined up, work that Community Develop is already seeing and is expecting. So we do think that we're going to have about the same volume coming up for a couple of years, that ComDev is going to be very, very busy. Part of this is based on the real estate market and the number of renovations after a large home purchase, and typically that's followed by remodeling projects. However, after these strong years, it would be typical in community development to then see a larger decline. So we've put in a negative 25% for 2024, and then we typically see a stronger uptick after that. So we've put in a 5% and 15%. Our budget is basically trying to mirror some of the trends that we've seen in the past. Questions on community development?
Just wondering how, you know, is there an obvious lag, I guess from when the applications go in and the funds are accumulated to when the needs of community ComDev come online? Is there a 6-month or a 1-year lag or something? I'm trying to...
Actually, even more. There are many building projects that can take 2 to 3 years, sometimes even a little longer than that. 2020 was so high in part because there were a couple of very large, very expensive homes that had started a few years before that. We collect a deposit up front, but then there's a true-up at the end. And when those came in, there was a large true-up. That was part of what pushed that year so high. For the work of the building inspectors, they need, the permit may come in and we collect the revenue up front with the deposit, but then their work may continue for 2 or 3 years on that same project, not necessarily collecting more money at the end of that.
Thanks. I was just trying to correlate the curves to see if I could predict anything.
Yep.
Yeah, good luck with that.
And if you do, Greg, please let us know.
Oh. I'll write a book.
It's been so consistent for the last 100 years.
So treasurer's fees. The treasurer's office retains a percentage of property tax. That's by state statute. And this would be property tax that we collect for other districts, say Colorado Mountain College or RAFTA, and also for other county funds. It's 5% for most of the districts, 2% on municipalities, and then 0.25% for school districts. So you see a fairly large increase in 2019. There were a number of new taxes, not for ourselves, but for other districts within the county, RAFTA being one of them. 2020 was a revaluation year, and then the year after, a revaluation is typically fairly flat. 2022, we're projecting a 7.2% increase, and then flat in 2023, a little bit of an uptick in 2024 with the next revaluation from the assessor's office, and then flat after that.
And where do these fees come from?
Collecting property tax, so it's a percentage of the property tax collected. Our treasurer's office collects the property tax for
other entities.
For other entities.
And this is what they pay us for doing that.
That's correct.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. And then also for our own funds like open space and trails or ambulance, translator.
These kick back to us. And
That's
yeah.
right.
Okay, great. Thank
It
you
helps
so much.
to cover the cost of the treasurer's office and the assessor's office.
Connie doesn't use
I
kickback,
would
though.
just note that those fees
Yeah,
for
that's
each
just bad
type
word.
of jurisdiction are set in state statute.
Next, clerk fees. The clerk's fees, part of their fees are really a reflection of the real estate market. Doc fees, they're a reflection of both the value and the number of real estate transactions. So when you look at 2020, again, unprecedented, I think you may be starting to see a theme here in some of these revenue graphs where we've had a couple of years that are just way off the charts, out of the normal. But it's a reflection of what's happening in our community and in our real estate market. 2020 was very high. We're projecting 2021 will be a little bit higher. But again, as you've seen in some of the previous charts, we're not taking that to be a new normal. We think there will be a reset and then regular growth after that. So that's what you see reflected in the clerk's fees. Investment income, on the other hand, is at historic lows. At one point in time, we received even $1 million a year in the general fund on our investment income. That was a long time ago. And we did see some higher amounts a few years ago. It's dropping. As some of our older investments come due, we have no choice but to invest in the very low current interest rates.
What is the rate of return here?
1.6 or something like that.
So we're projecting about 0.5% in 2022.
0.5% return on our investments.
Yes.
That's about as conservative as you could possibly get.
Yeah, and you know, we are restricted by state on what we can invest in. We mainly invest in treasuries, U.S. agencies, very, very conservative, because for a government, we don't want to be speculating with taxpayer money, obviously. So safety is one of our top priorities, safety of those investments, rather than our profit.
So then these are different investments than the ones that include Chevron and Exxon?
We also invest in local government investment pools. Those would be Colorado investment pools that other municipalities and counties invest in. And that would be CSAFE and CSIP. CSAFE and CSIP.
Okay.
CSAFE is the one that the Board of Commissioners recently, I believe, wrote a letter of recommendation to. So part of our investments are in these local government investment pools.
And they can be more speculative.
No. They are still restricted by state statute on what types of investments they can hold.
Fossil fuels acceptable.
A very small percentage is included there. Most
really
of it is
interesting.
U.S. treasuries and U.S. agencies and very, very secure investments, not stock market equities.
Yeah, none of those are equities. Those are going to be a very narrow type of bond instrument, for example, that can be held. And Anne may be able to elaborate on that if she's still on with us.
I think you covered it, John. Thank you.
So we've spent a good amount of time on revenue, and there's a purpose for that. The revenue really forms that basis of what resources we have to fund county services and county capital improvements. That's the basis that then we can work with to see what we're able to do on the expenditure side of the budget. When we start to look at expenditures, we start with the strategic plan. This is what we use to evaluate and prioritize which services we should provide, which capital projects are needed. It's in light of the different core focus areas and success factors of the strategic plan. That helps to give us direction and guidance. John, anything else you want to add as we move into
I'll wait till
appropriations?
the wrap up, Connie. I'll let you walk through the appropriation highlights.
Okay. So the next few slides give a preview of some of the projects that are included in the proposed budget. Department staff will be here at the upcoming meetings in October, November, and they will answer questions and go into more detail on all of these. So this is just kind of a very quick highlight so you have an idea of what's coming up. Also, in your budget binders, there's a section with capital requests, and so a number of these have a little write-up that staff did, and that gives you some more information on them. So we're looking at different parts of the strategic plan. First, flourishing natural and built environment. Success factors under that part of the strategic plan are ease and mobility via safe and efficient transportation systems, responsibly maintained and enhanced county assets. So our road maintenance projects for the year are budgeted at a little over $3 million. Two of the projects are very large ones, Brush Creek and East Sopers Creek roads. And again, that's about $1 million more than what our typical average spend on road maintenance would be. There's $13 million in the 5-year plan for road maintenance projects. Then Transit Sales and Use Tax Fund and the Elected Officials Transportation Committee, a budget of $32.6 million. 13.3 million of that is for RAFTA operations. $6 million contribution to the Snowmass Village, the Mall Transit Center. $3.3 million for Brush Creek Park and Ride improvements, and then $650,000 for a number of other transit improvement programs.
I'm sorry, can you just elaborate on, I was trying to tally all those up, and they came out to about 23 million out of 32.
Yeah, this is not everything in their budget, it's just some of the highlights.
Highlights, thank you. Okay.
Highlighting some of the larger dollar amounts.
Got it.
And when you have the meeting with the EOTC, and I know that Dave Peschenschek has an update coming to the board on the budget, then they'll go into more detail on everything. So under Conserve Natural Resources and Environment, we have a few solar projects and some money for electrification. At the landfill, they're proposing to spend $650,000 for solar on the new operations and maintenance facility, and also on the proposed Motherlode Mercantile building, which would be a new building. And then Translator site, they would like to put solar panels on Upper Red Mountain. And then the facilities department is included in their budget $200,000 for a study on electrification of county facilities. Greg, as you mentioned, this would be starting to lay that framework of what would be needed in future years. For open space and trails, they have a few large trail projects proposed in 2022, $706,000 for improvements to the Rio Grande Trail, $700,000 for the bridge connecting Aspen Village to the Rio Grande Trail, improvements to Redstone Park, and then almost $2 million in other open space and trails projects. They'll go into detail on their work plan on their budget meeting on November 4th. They are maintaining a lot of their fund balance at the moment, as they may have some acquisition opportunities coming up in the future. Conserve natural resources and environment, responsibly maintained and enhance county assets. The Solid Waste Center is proposing the construction of a motherlode mercantile building, and part of the building would also house household hazardous waste. The motherlode mercantile is part of their project to keep construction and demolition debris out of the landfill, but as much as possible to recycle and reuse those. Again, you can see a write-up of this project in your budget binders, and then staff will be present on November 4th to go into more detail on this. Looking at well-planned and livable built environment. In community development, they're proposing in their budget $400,000 for the growth management process and public outreach. And then also a number of staffing increases to deal with the volume that they have seen, and their revenue reflects that. Also looking at succession planning within their department. Responsibly maintained and enhanced county assets. The Solid Waste Center Fund is proposing a new loader. They're working on opening up a new new surface of the landfill. And for their operations, they would need a new loader to be working on that new face. Translator Fund, a Jackrabbit site power line. This was originally proposed in 2021, but was not, they were not able to complete it, so they're reproposing in 2022. Airport Fund, terminal HVAC replacement. And again, there are a number of different capital requests in your budget binder that you can take a look at. Then moving to a livable and supportive community, a sense of personal and community safety. One of the larger costs that we see coming up in 2022 is for a new state mandate, which is that the sheriffs be able to have body cameras. So the proposed budget includes $101,000 for both hardware and software getting set up for this. And then also a new position request for a digital records manager. There's a lot of data that's involved with having the body cams, and then the requests from a district attorney or a public defender or others for that, a release of the data. Also, an additional coroner vehicle is included in this section. There are a number of areas that we support. The Healthy Community Fund grants out money to community nonprofits and health and human services agencies, about $3.3 million. That does include $743,000 for public health. Within the Public Health Fund, they are proposing continuing some of the COVID-19 term-limited staff. 6 of those, if you remember, we added 15 different positions when COVID hit in 2020. Some of those are going to be dropping off. The term limit originally was through the end of 2021. Some are already vacant, some will be dropping off by the end of the year. And then 6 will continue in the Public Health Fund, and 2 in Community Relations for website and communication. Housing Fund, we have our deed-restricted employee housing program, and $600,000 in the proposed budget for this program. It's been a very successful program and really a good bang for the buck for the county as far as having more employees in housing that's affordable for them. And then we support the Aspen-Picken County Housing Authority. We pay 50% of the operational costs. The 2022 budget is a decrease from 2021. However, the 5-year plan has a bit more of a hefty increase in it. Next week, representatives from APSHA will be here to present that budget to the board. Also in the Healthy Community Fund, one of the entities that's supported is Mountain Family Health Center. And this relates to our success factor of affordable and quality health care options. So we provide in-kind support for a part of the rent for their facility, and then an ongoing operational subsidy, which is just shy of $100,000. And they have done a great job in providing primary medical care, dental and mental health to a portion of the population that many times is not able to pay or is uninsured. Through our health insurance fund, we have a contribution to the Valley Health Alliance, and they have really made progress in reducing healthcare costs really across the valley. Then prosperous economy, responsible and accountable stewardship of county assets. In our capital fund, we're proposing $500,000 for a transition from Google to Microsoft 365. We've had this in the budget in past years, but with COVID, it just felt like it was not the right time to embark on that project, and are planning it again for 2022.
Would that be everybody who is involved with the budget would be transitioning?
That would be all county transitioning to Microsoft 365.
Really?
Yeah. And then in facilities, $2,080,000 for the third and final phase of the courthouse renovation. So high-performing county leaders, teams, and employees. The 2022 budget includes a 5.5% pool for wage adjustments. We propose splitting this out between cost of living increases, market adjustments, and compliance with pay equity. Our Human Resources Department has been doing an analysis of all county positions, making sure that we have equal pay for equal work. And they're just wrapping up this study right now. We come out pretty well. The county has actually done a very good job of that. So this new state law will not have a huge financial impact for us, but there'll be a few little adjustments to make. Market adjustments are different sectors of our positions which may be falling behind, and it's then difficult to retain employees and to recruit employees if we're paying less than the market rate. As we mentioned earlier, there's a 10% reduction in health insurance premiums, both for employees and for the county. And the health benefits themselves are pretty much unchanged from 2021.
And how is that happening? Health insurance going down? I've never heard of such a thing.
That's because we're self-insured.
So you just base it on your claims from the year before and...
Yeah, so being self-insured, we have to pay into our health insurance fund through the county supporting benefits and through the part of the premium that employees pay into the health insurance fund, and that covers the cost of all of the claims. We do pay administrative fees for our insurance network, so Allegiance and Cigna. They manage the claims. An employee goes to the doctor and they just present their insurance card, and the employee doesn't know who pays for it, where it comes from. Well, the claims are actually paid by Picken County. That gives us the benefit of when we have good years, that money stays with the county rather than being paid out to an insurance company.
So we pay a fee to Alliance and Cigna, and then we're not trying to make profits off it. So we adjust it according to the claims that come in.
That's right. We also have stop-loss insurance, which means that if there's something particularly large, we pay the claims up to a certain level, and then the stop-loss insurance kicks in after that.
Oh, really?
So we have insurance premiums for the stop-loss, and that protects the county from excessive liability.
Yeah.
But we need to have enough in our fund balance to cover claims and manage that cash flow day to day. Again, go ahead, John.
Oh, sorry, Connie, I thought you were done. So there's the problem being 1,000 miles apart doing these presentations, I guess. But yeah, and Francie, we've invested a lot of effort as an organization, and you know, as Connie was mentioning previously, our partnerships with like Valley Health Alliance and Mountain Family Health. All of these have been strategies that we've been developing over years to improve access, quality, and reduce costs, not just by negotiating a better contract, but by making the whole system work better. And that's why the partnerships with the providers, you know, the payers, and our own employees, the consumers, on well-being, taking better care, consuming health care at the right time when it's of the most benefit to the employee's health, while being at the least cost. It's really hard to draw specific outcomes to any one of those efforts, but I really do believe that combination of focus in the community and with our own organization has paid off. And we don't adjust this down year by year. We wait to see trends. So we are seeing a downward trend in those costs. And so I would view this just like we're talking about sales taxes going up. We're rebasing on our health insurance. So we may see some incremental increases starting again, but it's because we were able to rebase at a lower rate. And you're right, you don't see that very often today.
Yeah.
So we're pretty happy with the efforts we put in over time.
That's really awesome. Really cool.
That's something to congratulate John and your staff on. What you've done with the Valley Health Alliance has been amazing. Quite honestly, that's been remarkable. And this is the benefit that I didn't anticipate. It's so great to see it.
Yeah, it's really cool. And, you know, I came off of Medicare to go on to this health insurance. I did a lot of analysis. And the only time that Medicare would be better is in some incredibly catastrophic event or something. But it's amazingly competitive that you can do better than Medicare. It's awesome.
One other plus for employees included in this budget, and this is along with our efforts in this very competitive job market to be able to retain and recruit quality employees, is adding an additional 1% optional match to retirement. We do offer 13% as a base contribution to a 401A plan. This is really a replacement of Social Security. Many years ago, the county opted out of Social Security. So if you remember Social Security, the employer pays in 6.2% and the employee pays in 6.2%. So 12.4% total. This 13% contribution to a retirement fund for employees is basically taking the place of Social Security. Then a year or two ago, we added an optional match where if employees choose to contribute to their 457 plan, the county would match the first 1%. We're now proposing that that be increased to 2%. At that point, it would be the 13% base contribution, employees contributing 2% plus the county 2%, so 17 total towards retirement. And we're hoping that this will start to make more of a dent with employees thinking ahead, going ahead and investing in their retirement early.
And when will that's start in January, or is that?
In January, that's right. So for open enrollment, that will be included.
And that would be available to us as well?
Yes.
Not just elected officials as well?
Mm-hmm.
Is this a optional opt-in or opt-out?
Good question.
It's an opt-in.
Okay. Have we considered making it an opt-out?
That would be a good question for HR.
So we,
Yeah, we have not had that discussion, I think partly because when we, and HR would be better to answer this, but when we did make the agreement to come out of Social Security, we had to guarantee a certain amount that would go in, and so we've always viewed anything above that as an optional contribution of the employee. But we can have that discussion, Kelly, but we have not considered it being an opt-out.
so we'll get a letter or something about that. Every employee will.
It will be included in the information for open enrollment. So those were just a few of the highlights that have been included in our proposal for 2022. Altogether, it's a total of $161,696,000 budgeted. This chart shows a breakout between all of the different funds. General fund, as normal, is the largest. Transit sales and use tax next, and then followed by airport, solid waste center. For the general fund, the proposed budget is $37.5 million. The largest sections of that budget are public safety and general government. And next, we show the proposed 5-year plan for the general fund. We use the general fund in our beginning presentation since that's such a large part of the county budget and also drives a lot of our decision making. You'll see a similar format for all of the funds as we go through the budget process. This chart shows 2020 actual in the first column, followed by the 2021 initial budget, and then the 2021 year-end estimate, our 2022 proposed budget, and then the projections all the way through 2026. Those projections are inflated by the specific projections that we showed you for sales tax, community development, property tax. Where we don't have something very specific, we will use the projected inflation. Revenues, we list out different types of revenues: property taxes, sales taxes, intergovernmental, which includes grants, community development, and so on. So our proposed general fund budget has revenues of $41.5 million. That's a large increase from the 2021 initial budget, but not so large from the 2021 year-end estimate. Then we show expenditures, and we break it out into different categories: salaries and wages and benefits, health insurance. For these, in the out years of the plan, we use different percentages, projecting what we're going to do for employee pay, which varies in different years from 3.5% to 4%. Health insurance, we have included increases in the out years of 5%. Other line items, we just use the rate of inflation. On property acquisition, which for the general fund, that's a little bit of a misnomer. Building improvements or different facilities, operational costs, machinery and equipment, computers, and so on. A lot of these numbers you can find in your budget binders in the capital replacement section. There are a number of departments that have 10-year plans, the jail, clerk, elections, and so on. And so these numbers can go up and down depending on what is included in those replacement schedules. We get to our total expenditures, $37.5 million projected or proposed for 2022. Then we also have operational transfers from other funds and to other funds. Two other funds, you see we have $3.5 million in operational transfers. Most of this, almost $3 million, is our subsidy for public health and human services. We also transfer the amount to the housing fund to pay for APCHA, as well as a few other smaller amounts. This gets us to our bottom line, our annual operating surplus or deficit. We are projecting in the budget to have about $500,000 operating surplus in 2022. So we are expecting to bring in more revenue than what we're planning on spending. If you look in the 5-year plan, we have 3 years with surpluses, 2 with deficits. Again, with those replacement schedules, we can have some ups and downs during the years, but overall, in the course of the 5 years, it would be over 1.2 million surplus, and that works out to an average operating surplus of almost 250,000. So what this shows us is that we're in balance in our operations in the general fund, and that's important as we're presenting the budget. That means that we can sustain the services that we are proposing in the budget longer term, that what we're proposing for 2022, we won't suddenly have to cut back on the following year. Then out of that surplus, we propose some transfers for capital projects. 2022 includes $2 million transfer to the capital fund and lesser amounts in the following years, and $275,000 transfer for the senior services office remodel project. So what effect does that have on our fund balance? We project that we'll end 2021 with an unassigned fund balance of almost 10.6 million. This would decrease our fund balance to 8.8 million. Again, that's with the capital transfers, not in the operations. The very bottom line shows the total general fund balance. This chart is a breakout of our fund balances. We put them in different categories to help see what parts are more at the board's discretion and which parts we would rather leave untouched. The very bottom light blue section is our Tabor Reserve, which is 3% of revenue. This gradually increases over time as our revenue increases in the 5-year plan. The dark green then is our operating reserve and contingency. The 2 green sections put together equal 16.7% of our operational expenditures. And you can see that this does increase over time as our 5-year plan has inflation built into it. The yellow section is some restricted fund balances within the general fund for money set aside for tipsy-taxi, some clerk's fees that have specific uses, animal shelter, and a couple others. Then anything above the yellow section is the part of the fund balance that is really more at the board's discretion. We would like to not touch the parts below. The blue, the red, and the orange sections are where the board can weigh in on what we're doing, whether we want to spend it on capital projects, hold on to it for future uses, and so on. We project we'll have 8.9 million of unassigned fund balance at the end of 2021, and that decreases gradually, but still stays at a very solid level of at least 3 million. The red section is our capital fund, and then the orange is the American Recovery Plan funds that we received half in 2021 and will receive half in 2022. We're projecting to spend some of that again on the COVID positions in public health and in communications, and then the rest will be at the board's discretion.
Are there restrictions on how that's spent?
There are some restrictions, yes.
There are some restrictions. I think Kara is going to be in open discussion a little bit today just to talk about some of the convenings that we're doing with the Department of Local Affairs process around Roadmap to Recovery. to help develop recommendations or get public input on priorities for investment of those funds. That's not yet included in the appropriation in this budget, but this fund balance sheet does assume that those dollars are spent down in 2022. I believe they have to be spent by 2023.
Any questions so far? Okay, so summing it up, we're back to a review of our overall budget. Again, we'll be diving into more detail in the coming weeks. And we think we have a fiscally sound and a healthy proposal for the board. Of course, the board has the opportunity to weigh in on all of these different areas and give us feedback as we're going through the budget presentations. John, anything that you would like to add?
Yeah, this slide is a great one for me to jump in on. So as Connie said, I think we're in the happy position of having a fiscally sound proposal in front of the board. So the board has, good decisions in front of it. I oftentimes say budgets aren't about the numbers, it's the authoritative allocation of values. And those values come from different places, right? What we're statutorily mandated to do as a county, which is an administrative arm of the state. This budget reflects those obligations, our obligations because we've accepted funds from federal or state sources and those sorts of things, and we have to do certain things because of that. And then where we do have discretion, really focusing on our strategic plan. Our strategic plan did take what are we mandated to do, why are we here, and what do we want to do into account. Staff considered all of these different sources of priority and purpose for the county in developing the appropriation recommendations that are in front of you and will be in front of you between now and December to develop the proposed budget. And we've done so in a way that we think leaves us in excellent fiscal health, leaves us with enough reserves, especially over the next few years, to deal with uncertainties that may still come our way as a result of the pandemic or other uncertainties out there in the world. So we think there's some flexibility in this budget to make adjustments without having to make precipitous changes. I know some members of the board are particularly concerned about making, and so we're happy to put this in front of you today. It's required by state law to have a proposed budget for your inspection, for the public's inspection by October 15th. And we look forward to being able to go into more detail and making sure that this budget aligns with your priorities and what we're required to do as a county. I'll turn it back over to you, Connie.
Okay, we've got a number of meetings coming up. They're a little bit long, but we have a lot of different departments, and I know they're all looking forward to sharing with you what they're proposing for their budget and giving you a chance to really weigh in on those values and what we're doing and making sure that we're making the right choices. So look forward to what's coming up. Any other questions from the board? Steve?
Well, I don't really have any questions. This being my 8th go-around on the budget, and there are really no surprises to me, and I understand your presentation and everything very well. It's
Other thoughts, Greg?
Yeah, I'd echo Steve. I saw Connie on the stairwell, and I said that pretty much the same, is that the way you present this makes it so easy to understand and absorb, despite the volumes of information there. and it really gives us a perspective on the state of the county. And so thank you, John, thank you, Connie, and everyone else, Ann, if you're still there, you know, everybody who's participated in this, which includes pretty much everyone. So thank you for that. I think it's great to know that our county is in great financial health and that we're well steered. The captain of the ship is doing a good job, and you know we're under sail and everything's going well. One of the things I wanted to bring up is I was thinking back to the climate action, you know, our climate emergency declaration, our climate action plan. I remember at one point we were having anybody who'd present to us on anything would talk about their climate action plan and how they're meeting those goals. And I'm wondering if we can anticipate that in the presentations coming forward, because I think as the pandemic hopefully recedes, the long emergency of climate and action on climate, I think, will become more and more apparent and more necessary, and it will be a part of this, certainly in my mind. So I just wanted to plant that seed. I'm sure people think about it, but I just want to bring it up again. It's front and center for me, and it's going to change the way we operate in many different ways, which I can't even anticipate right now, but I'm working on that.
Yeah, Greg, and I think if you view the organization as a whole, there's going to be a lot to speak to climate action. It may be a little bit different for individual departments, particularly given the stress of the pandemic. So I would anticipate, you know, our human-facing kind of departments are still very much in the thick of pandemic response and such, and I think you're going to hear a lot about that and recovery for those human aspects there, but you are going to hear a lot that will also speak to the climate goals, because we have heard that loud and clear from the board.
Great, thanks. Yeah, regarding the mental health and the human services, I think that there is a certain ambient anxiety level due to climate that affects the mental health of the community as well. So and I know they're aware of that, so we'll see it everywhere probably. But thank you.
Thank you. Francie, did you have something?
Yeah, thanks for that, Greg. That was great. Well, Connie, you know, you've been blowing me away since our first meeting, our only live meeting during all that COVID time. It was amazing. One with you and one with John, and that was it. But yeah, you just blow me out of the water. Your presentations are so clear, and like just to go through all this information and have hardly any questions and understand it all is, you know, I was looking at it last night or yesterday sometime, and I was like, wow, this is just really clear. And also the entire staff is amazing. And honestly, I haven't ever been in government before, so I underappreciated how important staff is. I can only imagine for senators, for instance, what their staff must be like from what I've seen of Pickens County staff. So thank you to you and John and Ann and everybody. It's really impressive.
But John Peacock certainly sets the stage for it and gives his vision, and that's so important. And then, as you said, so many staff contribute to putting this all together. And Greg, I have seen as staff have been working on their budgets, as we've been going back and forth on things, that the climate action is not just something they mention anymore. It's really a part of their deliberations, a part of their process, a part of what they're thinking of as they're building the budget, certainly in a number of the departments that are a little more infrastructure facing.
Great, thanks for that.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Connie. We'll see you on the 26th to continue the discussion.
Yep.
We are running a little bit early here. I know John Peacock needs to go do other things. So let me check in with the board. We have a break scheduled for 3. Is there interest in taking that earlier, or would you folks like to talk about future agendas now?
I could go either way. I could walk around a little bit, but I'm also ready to, I could sit here for 20 more minutes too, so.
Well, why don't we do future agendas? Because our next presenter is not scheduled till 3:15. So with that, do we have, I see Rich is on here. Hi, Rich. I believe Kara is also coming down to join us. Hi.
Hey there, how are you? Sorry, I don't know if you heard about my travel woes, but just rolled in. I was supposed to be back on Sunday, and 2 flights canceled, and 3 days later, I finally was able to make it back. So.
Wow. You can't
Yeah.
get here from there.
No, I'd taken my mom to Phoenix for the winter, or for her winter time, and just really struggled getting back. So I do apologize, Board, for that. And I know John, looks like he stepped off, so I can certainly fill in now and be with you the rest of the day here. So let me pull up, I'll look at the Civic Plus and see if there's any changes, Kelly, and I'll let you know.
And, you know, I'll just say, Rich, you've been well covered by staff, so you're fine.
Well, we got a great staff, I'm telling you, and I just caught the very end of the budget presentation, and truly is, I'm so proud to be a part of all of this and be a part of being to help you as well. Board members, you guys are awesome as well, so thank you.
All right, so while you pull it up, Rich, I'll see if any board members have updates to future agenda items. So we're looking at next Tuesday, the 19th. I believe there will be items for exec session, so we're holding that time. Let's see. Oh, we've been able to fit in discussion on short-term rentals again, which is great. Greg, we have you noted out on the 19th. Should we continue to note you out on the 19th?
That's the Tuesday.
Yes, next week.
For the time being, we're trying to get a college visit of some sort, but I don't know what's going to happen.
That's
so
exciting.
Maybe that we don't get out of here.
Got it. All right. So
I
we'll be
have a-
delightfully surprised if you join us.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have an upcoming conflict. It's
Okay.
a pretty big one. It is December 15th.
Okay.
It is another wolf meeting conflict. And that is the budget approval, so I could get on the phone, I guess.
Okay.
And
And that will be second reading, and I guess we could ask, I don't think you're required to be there, but I'm not totally
well,
sure.
let's find out, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You'll have an opportunity to vote on the first reading on the 1st.
Okay, yeah. So that'll
Yeah.
be the last one, because then in January, for the next 2 years, they've changed it so that it doesn't conflict with me.
So Francie, just so you know, that last budget meeting, we've made all the decisions as we go along.
Yeah.
And that's just the final approval and then approving the mill levy.
Yeah, I figured that was probably the case.
And it's, yeah, just pretty much a
Yeah.
standard thing that's required by state statute that we have to do it in. But everything's already decided by then.
Yeah, okay.
At that point.
And you only need 3 people to pass it, right?
That's what I think. I don't think all
Okay.
5 have to be there, but we can ask that question for sure. All right, Tuesday the 26th. We'll have a lot of budget that day and some community presentations. Is anyone else seeing any other updates to any agendas they have in front of them? And Francie, what is your plan for the 27th? Since we will be doing Pandora for most of
On the
that day.
27th, I'm gonna go to the meeting in Glenwood, which starts at like 9 in the morning. And then I plan to leave at noon or before then and come up here and be ready for the Pandora discussion.
Okay.
I wrote to Charlotte today to tell her that.
Cool, and you and I can just communicate by text about your travels.
And I can leave earlier, it's just this particular meeting of the wolf thing is the one where we see all the map overlays with the ungulate populations and all that. So it's the first discussion we'll have about where they're gonna go, so pretty darn interesting.
So you might be late, sounds like you might be late, but then
I won't be late for Pandora, I don't think.
for the Pandora thing, I think, because some of that stuff, the first readings on that day, those will take, there's a lot we have to go through on the staff presentation on that, so,
The meeting starts at noon, right?
yeah.
Yes.
So I think you'll be here in plenty of time for Pandora.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope you are.
I will be.
Okay, and then the following week is the election week, so just as a reminder, we move our work session to Thursday of that week.
What? Say that again?
November 4th,
Oh,
Thursday, we have a work session instead of on Tuesday the 2nd.
good to know. I'm sure it's on here.
And we,
It's not on here.
let's see.
It shows up on Tuesday the 2nd on the calendar, on the
Okay.
county calendar.
Okay. In your future agendas, the agenda is noted for Thursday, the 4th. So we'll just note for bits to send out our invitations for those meetings for that day. We do also have a regular meeting, Wednesday, the 3rd, because in November and December, instead of conducting our meetings on the second and fourth Wednesday, we conduct them on the first and third Wednesday to accommodate the holiday calendars. Just a heads up on that. And so you'll see we have a regular session agenda for the 3rd as well. Nothing looks too out of the ordinary on either of those. Okay, I don't have any other items to bring to everyone's attention. Rich, what do you have?
Well, Kelly, I've got a little note here from Charlotte. Looks like a special meeting has been added on November 9th at 10 a.m. And what that is second reading for the Crystal Oaks Metro District. It was due to a noticing requirement, and then again the holiday schedule that you were just referencing. So I don't know if it's shown on what you have in front of you, but that will be added. And that's it, Kelly.
Okay.
But,
Sorry,
but then the week of November 7th, we have 3 meetings, correct? We have the work session and we have 2 interview days?
So yes, we
Yeah.
will be doing the Airport Advisory Board interviews. I don't think the times have been finalized for the 10th and the 12th.
Yeah, we're still we're getting a few feedback notices from different people, but we'll be getting those set up for you pretty quickly.
And for some reason, my computer is not working, so I can't see the agendas anymore. Any other questions or concerns?
Well, I just realized that November 9th is not on here in future agendas.
We skipped over it.
Yeah, it may not have been out far enough for it, Steve.
Well, we go from the 4th to the 16th.
Oh.
We missed a week.
There's okay. All right. We'll make sure that we get that on for you.
For what do you say? We go from the, oh.
Then the week of the 9th is omitted from our future agenda.
Yeah, it's on the calendar though.
It's early Thanksgiving, maybe.
Okay.
I guess so.
All right, any other?
Nothing for me.
Okay, so we still have about 10 minutes. Do we want to start any open discussion? Kara is here. I don't know how much time you need, Kara. I think there's other open discussion we can do in the meantime. How much time were you hoping for?
Why don't you do the other open
Okay,
discussion?
sounds good. Okay, so we will do another 10 minutes of open discussion, then we'll have a break, and then we'll, at 3:15, hear from Dave Pesnichek about the EOTC. So Rich, we have an open discussion item that Charlotte circulated for us. I don't know if you want to talk about that.
Yeah.
I only got one page of that. Is there only one page? This is all there is?
So-
It doesn't make sense.
What we had found out on that, Kelly, there was a request from a producer that is looking at doing an upcoming book with Ted Bundy. And the picture I believe that you have in front of you is one that they wanted to use. And since this time, we did reach out to Pat Bingham, who had used that picture in the past, but had to get one-time approval from the Historical Society. So we have now informed that individual that they're going to have to get that approval as well to be able to use that photo. Up until finding that out from Pat, we were just going to run it by the board, see if you guys had any issues with it, because there was no copyright on it that we were aware of. So I think we do have an answer now that leads them in the right direction. But certainly, if you guys have any thoughts or comments on it, it's a picture they're wanting to use. So, and we get these quite often, as a matter of fact. So John Ely said, why don't let's just see if the board has any concerns about it. So.
Greg.
Well, my only concern is looking at the picture. The picture is probably early 60s. Ted Bundy was mid to late 70s. So it doesn't seem to make any sense for any story about Ted Bundy. But I also wonder if the photo was actually taken for Aspen Airways, which would have been, the family here, whose name, the Ringsbys. And I just wonder if they would still have any ownership interest in that. Eric Ringsby lives here still. Because I wonder who actually took that and what it was taken for. But I do love that was the terminal. It was right sized for its time.
It was, wasn't it?
And I love the logos. Notice the aspen leaf, which we seem to have drifted away from. Even Aspen Airways had an Aspen Institute humanistic sort of logo. And that aspen leaf was ever present, and it's unfortunate that we drift away from that aspen leaf. But those are my comments on it. But yeah, it just seems like I don't know who knows what they're doing with the book. I don't have any interest in the book, but the picture doesn't make sense to me. If it was my picture, I wouldn't give it to him.
Maybe it's going to be a fiction. It's going to be a fictitious book, Greg. So
it'll be sensational, that's for certain.
Piscico is preserving the aspen leaf for us.
They've kind of mutated it.
Well, we can certainly, I appreciate that information, Greg, because I'll pass that on as well. So whenever we get back in touch, they've got a couple avenues to chase down.
Okay. Other open discussion items, Rich?
I do not have any others on here, Kelly. Thank you.
Okay, any from, and we will do Kara's open discussion item toward the end of the agenda when we have more time for her.
Sounds good.
I can't think, I'm still giddy from the budget presentation. Yeah, Rich, what about the commissioner's dining room? How's that coming along?
Well, I missed the budget presentation, so you got me, Greg.
And the polo
must be
field.
Something that was added later.
What about our pickleball court?
That's an
Those are
open
coming
space and
at some
trails
point.
conversation. Any others?
It's time for a piece of chocolate.
Yeah, it
I
might
will,
be.
I will just report out that Steve and I gave just about our best effort, I would say. We could have done maybe some more prep work, but we presented Pickens County vigorously at the CCI legislative meeting on Friday. We needed 65% of the membership to support putting the RET as a priority for staff, and we got 64% of support, really? Which is by far the closest we've ever gotten.
One person, if only one person had voted the other way.
Yes. So we had regretted not doing more direct lobbying of our colleagues in advance.
Reasons for a no vote?
There are some conservative colleagues who do not want to do anything to Tabor, period. There are other colleagues who feel that this will drive up prices of housing, even though we had presented, restrictions that the legislature could consider about values that it would apply to, et cetera. So those I would think were the two main arguments against it.
Well, good job, guys. We'll keep
Well
working.
done, thanks for
They-
trying.
And they didn't really go into their reasons for opposing, but I know it would be a lot of work for CCI staff, and that was part of the concern amongst at least some of the counties. I think some of them, though, I'm sure that they are so embedded in the Tabor Amendment is such a good thing to them that changing it in any fashion they see is a bad thing.
Why do they see it as such a good thing to them?
Because
Well,
it limits taxes and it,
Government spending,
Tax increases.
government
Yeah.
growth.
even though our proposal totally lives up to the Tabor Amendment in that it's the voters who get the final say on whether there's a tax increase or not. The voters are the ones who decide, not the Board of Commissioners or the state legislator or.
I thought voters always determined tax questions.
because of Tabor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Other states, that's not the case. Elected boards have the right to determine taxes, which, you know. Anyway, I actually think without having any review of Tabor, I think actually sets up a bigger review of Tabor, and, you know, more interest, like at the state level, of trying to reform Tabor than something like a small, you know, surgical approach would.
For most
So
of
we'll see.
the small mountain towns, counties in favor.
They did, and then also what I thought were some surprising counties like Saguache, who I think is really experiencing a second homeowner
Oh, really?
boom.
That's interesting.
Hinsdale, Jackson County, I think.
Up at the
Sure.
top.
So, yeah.
Yeah, as they will be, yeah.
So I wanted to report on that.
Can you give us as an former election manager, any updates on how do things work? How are things going? Do you have any insight to that? I
For
assume
our
you still dip
local
in
election here?
regarding our local election coming up.
You know, I don't have any specific updates. I will say that if you hopefully have all been enrolled in ballot tracks, so you would receive an email or a text that informed you a few days ago that your ballot had been mailed. So look for it in the mail.
Look for that. What about polling places? When a polling place is like their typical polling places around the county, when do the campaign rules regarding campaigning near a polling place come into effect? Just
When they open.
when they open for polling?
Yeah, exactly. So this building will be usually is 2 weeks before, and there will be 100-foot signs that say you have to electioneer outside of the 100-foot
Got it.
limit.
There
Interesting.
aren't very many polling places left.
No.
We lost both of ours.
Really?
First we were up at the Redstone Church, and then we were in Emma. Now we don't have either of those anymore.
Really? That's no good.
We have no Down Valley voting places for Picking County residents at all.
We should fix that.
Have to go to Basalt.
Really?
I don't know where
Or
they
Ashland.
are. They call them super centers because they're like whole centers for the whole county.
But even during the
Yeah.
presidential election, we don't get to go to Redstone Church anymore. Nothing in Redstone anymore. It's really sad.
Not. Yeah.
Well, I think there's a ballot drop off there, but not
Yeah.
any way to get a new ballot or vote a ballot at the.
Okay.
Can't go and vote.
You can drop your ballot, but you can't
Right.
go in and,
It's really sad.
well, there's the firehouse.
The firehouse.
Isn't there a firehouse in Redstone?
Yeah, but I think it's the
So,
county that doesn't provide
if we
that.
want to have a bigger conversation, Janice should give more up-to-date info.
Yeah, it'd be
It's
nice to
been a
know if
couple
we're
years,
losing
but
polling places.
The
That's
problem
something.
that was always out there was the lack of internet, consistent internet access.
God.
Because you have to have a live connection to the state voter registration system that
Okay.
allows anyone to come in and
Oh, got it.
get a ballot in real time or register in real time, so that you're not voting in Redstone and then dropping your mail ballot somewhere else and they both get counted.
That brings us up to broadband for Redstone. How's it going out there? Do we,
Young people up there would love that.
Yeah, I don't
If
know that
that forced
answer.
the improvement up there, they would love that.
All right. Any other open discussion items?
No.
Okay.
Speaking of broadband, since it popped up, I do know that the satellite broadband system, the Starlink system, is supposed to be coming online fairly ubiquitously across the northern American continent, I think by the end of this month.
Starlink?
Yeah, and that could change the game completely for the remote parts of Pickens County, and we'll find out.
Yeah, that would be quite interesting because that's really the only technology for some areas.
Right.
It could crush some other companies too.
It could, and it might be a great, resource for us for reaching out into the far parts of the county. A double-edged sword.
All right.
That's all I've got.
Any other thoughts? Okay. So we will take a 15-minute break. We'll reconvene at 3:15 to prep for our EOTC meeting. All right. Thank you, Grassroots. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, October 12th. We took a short break here and we are reconvening to discuss our preparation for the Elected Officials Transportation Committee meeting, which will be Thursday, the 28th of October. And we have our Transportation Administrator, David Pesnichek, here with us. Hi, David.
Hello, thank you. Let me get my share screen to work here. Thanks. All right, well, I am David Pesnichek, the Regional Transportation Administrator for the Elected Officials Transportation Committee. This is the preparation meeting for the October 28th full EOTC meeting. At the meeting here today, there's just a list of the things I'd like to cover. First is, as we typically do, run through the meeting logistics coming up for the October 28th meeting. Then take any comments or corrections you might have from the July 29th, 2021 EOTC meeting, which was the last meeting that we had. And then third, give a brief overview of the two action items that we have coming up here on October 28th, which is the 2022 EOTC budget and the 2022 EOTC work plan, and then answer any questions or comments you might have on the update sections within the packet. So the meeting coming up here on October 28th, this is going to be hosted by the City of Aspen. It has a typical start time of 4 p.m. It will be a combination of in-person and virtual. So another hybrid setup. If you do choose to attend physically, it will be located at the current Aspen City Hall building, which is also known as the Armory building. The meeting links have been sent out to everybody. You will find them within the email where you received the packet that I sent out a couple weeks ago. I'll also send those links out again a couple days before the meeting, just so they're not lost in your email from a month prior. But I did want to see who is planning on attending, first of all, and if you are planning on attending, whether you plan on attending virtually or in person, just so we can plan accordingly.
Don't we all have to be there to have a quorum?
We need 3 out of 5.
Oh.
Either virtual or in person, though, right?
Yeah, either one works.
Let's see here.
Thinking about coming up.
I'll plan to be there.
Okay.
And I will probably plan to go in person.
Okay.
I'm not great at driving home in the dark, but at this point, I'm planning on coming in person.
Okay.
I'll let you know, though, David, if I
Yeah, if it
pick
changes,
out.
please let me know.
So I will attend most likely virtually.
Okay.
I just can't picture if we had 15 elected officials in that space. I don't think that would work. I think it'd work better with having half of us on Zoom and half in person.
I'll volunteer to go on Zoom then. That's fine.
That works for me. Just
Okay.
trying to figure out how to get everything set up.
Yeah, okay, that's fine with me. Save me 2 hours on the road.
I'm leaning against being in person. I'm thinking of virtual. I felt the last meeting we did virtually was more productive. That's what I came away thinking. But that's my bias.
No, that's good feedback. I think that there's definitely pros and cons to virtual and in person, and then the hybrid adds new complexity to the whole thing.
It does. I think the hybrid's worth developing, though.
I think so.
It's here to stay.
Yeah, I think it is.
We'll continue to refine it. Hopefully, we'll get it nailed down here eventually. All right, and I'll touch base with Patty next week when she's back. Moving on then to the decisions reached from the July 29th meeting. We, as a reminder, we did have 2 action items at that meeting. We had an approval from the EOTC on the 2021 EOTC Near-Term Transit Improvement Program and the CDOT Maroon Creek Roundabout Reconstruction Funding Request for 2022. So I don't want to go through these line by line, but a change from what we have been doing as a result of the new IGA that was adopted last spring, we do need to officially vote on the minutes moving forward, and the minutes will have a signature line from each jurisdiction. So they will become a little bit more formalized than they had been in the past. So if you have had a chance to read through those, if you have any corrections or comments on those, I can take those at this point too.
Can you just make that a little bigger? Is that possible?
It's really more for, that's the
Yeah.
near-term transit improvement program that was adopted.
Okay.
I was trying to put some sort of graphics in there, but I didn't have anything that was
Don't
very
strain over it.
visually appealing.
Okay.
The first thing we have to do is get us all new eyeglasses to read it.
I didn't really intend it to be legible, more of a reminder of what it looked like.
So we
I
can't
do
vote,
remember
we
it.
can't vote on whether to approve the minutes today, but we can give you a thumbs up, I guess. Is that what
Yeah,
you're looking-
if you found anything that helps me out.
I haven't seen anything yet, but,
Okay.
you know, I'm also confessed to have scanned it fairly quickly.
I certainly remember it.
We can take comments and corrections on the 28th as well.
Right.
Just
So
before the
I'd
vote.
say it's fine moving forward in my opinion.
All right. Moving on then
And
to
I
the.
just,
oh,
sorry, I would just have a logistical question when I'm thinking about this. So, when we're looking at call to order and roll call, so I'll have to call a special meeting to order then of the
Mhm.
BOCC at that time. And then we'll do our roll call vote. Is
Yeah,
that
I've
how
tried to
you
clarify that in the
anticipate
agenda.
Okay.
So now I've got a roll call at the beginning, and that's by jurisdiction.
Got it.
So whoever's the mayor or chair from each jurisdiction would need to do roll call.
Okay.
And then we'd move into the OTC, and the chair would do, for the host organization, would do roll call at that point.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Moving on then to the first action item, it is the 2022 EOTC budget. As some highlights, I know you guys have just spent a couple hours looking and thinking about budget. I can only aspire to do as good of a job as Connie. I hope I can get halfway there at least. So some of the highlights in terms of the EOTC budget, I think that you're all aware that 2019 through 2021 have been particularly turbulent years financially, not just for the EOTC, but for all jurisdictions. The EOTC has had added issues revolving around House Bill 19-1240. County brought this up a little bit at the meeting previous, and that was the Wayfair decision that led to the state law that's known as House Bill 19-1240 that changed how sales and use taxes are collected. As a result of that House bill, staff has been working on the back end to work on a mitigation measure with RAFTA to transfer the cost of the no-fare service between Aspen, Snowmass, and Woody Creek and the Brush Creek Park and Ride from the EOTC to RAFTA. And the cost of that is, we believe, is roughly equivalent to what the EOTC is losing from House Bill 19-1240. And it appears that RAFTA will be gaining significantly more funds as a result of House Bill 19-1240. So I believe for those of you who are on the RAFTA board, this Thursday, the RAFTA staff is looking to make a recommendation that RAFTA accept 100% of the no-fare service. So just as a heads up, that is coming to you this Thursday.
I won't be there this week.
I will. I'll be there, yeah.
That's good.
Okay. So I believe that the outcome this Thursday is the vote on whether to conceptually move forward, and then we would put together a written agreement if that does move forward for RAFTA board consideration in November. So looking at because of House Bill 19-1240 and COVID-19, revenues are difficult to predict out into the future. I think that Connie went over that very well and was very clear with you about that. And based on my conversations with Connie and the rest of the finance staff, is that while 2020 and 2021 were much stronger than expected, we shouldn't expect it to become the new normal, and it will continue to level out. But for 2022 through 2026, which is the planning horizon, the budgetary planning horizon for the EOTC, it does appear that we'll be able to meet all current ongoing operational costs, current obligated projects, and new and increased project requests. So even if RAFTA board does not decide to assume the cost of the no-fare service, if the EOTC continues to pay for that, at this point it appears that we will be able to continue to move forward with everything that we have planned now. We will just have lesser financial capacity in the future. And then looking at some of the numbers, we'll go through this in more detail on the 28th, but some of the themes here is that the sales tax has been particularly strong. 2019 was up 22%. We did see a slight decline in 2020, but with the pandemic, I think that was very minor. And then we're looking at a potential increase of 18% in 2021 before leveling off here in 22 and 23. Use tax is kind of moving in the opposite direction. We had 2019, which was the last year of the old way of collecting sales and use tax. So moving into 2020 and 2021, you can see that we had a near 40% reduction in use tax collections in 2020, followed by an almost 60% reduction in use tax collections projected in 2021, or 2022, 2021. And then 2022.
I'm sorry to not know, but could you explain what a use tax is?
Yeah, so use taxes for the EOTC are collected on two main uses. There's a construction use tax and a motor vehicle use tax. So when you go buy register a new vehicle, you pay a use tax there. The EOTC retains 100% of that use tax.
Oh, I see.
Construction, that's the side that's really been impacted by House Bill 19-1240. So that's where construction materials were coming in for some sort of project. They could pay use tax on that construction material, and that was collected by community development at the time of building permit.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, it comes to mind.
That's
now.
gone now.
Yeah, that's, for all intents and purposes, gone, is the construction side. So that's the decrease that you're seeing there is in 40% in 2020 and about 60% in 2021. It is expected to level off as we stop realizing, due to the mechanics of construction use tax, it takes several years before we finally stop actually seeing that revenue. So I believe by 2023 we should see the end of, that will be the year where we really don't have any more construction use tax coming in. And at that point, we're looking at just inflationary pressures on motor vehicle use tax, and that's the plus 2.1% that you see there in 23.
So you mean overall, it'll still be an increase even though there are no use taxes?
We'll still have, I expect that we'll continue to bring in about $350,000 to $400,000 a year in motor vehicle use taxes.
Okay.
But the construction side won't be there.
And we should be reading this chart as year over year. So we're have a 40% decline from 2019, another 60% from 2020. And then after losing all that, then we're start building very
incrementally
Exactly.
tiny little growth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks pretty little compared
It's
to negative
compared to
57.
2019, it's still way behind.
It is,
Yeah.
And so overall, 2019 again was up about 16%. We've seen about 20% decreases in 2020 and then another 20% decrease in 2021. I think that 22 could be a little sharper increase than this, sorry, as I think that we might still see some construction use taxes trickling in from 2019, the end part of 2019. In terms of overall revenue, we can expect that annual revenues will decline from about $3 million annually down to about $2 million annually, is looking at about where it'll settle. And then unobligated fund balance, we've got, under the staff recommended budget, we should have an unobligated fund balance of about $1.8 million in 2022, increasing to about $2.4 million. And the unobligated fund balance, again, is that year's revenues, everything in the account minus that year's operations and that year's projects and future projects. So basically anything in there that hasn't been spoken for is the unobligated fund balance.
Just out of interest on that, why did the sales tax vary so dramatically from a 21 projection, 18%, then it's minus 4.2 in 2022 and then up 4%? Where do those come from?
Those come from county finance and the financial advisory board. So the decrease of 4.2%, that is the standard county projection for 2022, really the adjustment. But with all of the increases in 2019 and 2021, overall, it's still an upward trend.
Got it. Interesting.
And then visually for the EOTC, the red line here is the overall EOTC revenues. And you can see the decline from 2019 through 2022, and that corresponds with the green line, which is use tax decline. The light blue line there, that's the EOTC portion of the half-cent transit sales tax. You see that continues to increase with this light decrease of 4% that Greg pointed out in 2022. The dotted black line here, that is the RAFTA portion of the transit sales tax. So because of the shift from construction being taxed as sales tax now, and the increasing sales tax in general due to online sales, RAFTA is seeing a disproportionate increase in revenues from the half-cent sales tax as a result of House Bill 19-1240 than the EOTC is. So that's the basis behind the shift of the no fare service from the EOTC over to RAFTA. And then looking at the budget renewals, carry forwards, and new requests. Again, we'll go through this in detail on the 28th, but to give you an overview, we do have a couple of renewals coming forward. These should look familiar to you with the WeCycle operational support and the X Games bus subsidy, and those amounts are in line with historical requests. We do have one carry forward for the Brush Creek Park and Ride flap grant match of about $3.3 million. As you all know, that construction improvements at Brush Creek didn't occur in 21 as we had hoped. But it is looking likely in 2022, so we're looking to simply forward that fund balance from 21 to 22. And then we have a number of new requests. One of them is a bicycle and pedestrian connection to the Brush Creek Park and Ride over to the Rio Grande Trail. This is a partnership project with Pickens County Open Space and Trails and the City of Aspen Parks and Open Space Department. And phase one will be finishing up here shortly, and we're looking to report that out to you all at your first meeting in 2022. So this phase two is really carrying it forward if everything looks favorable at that time. And then the last four projects here, these should all look familiar to you from the July 29th meeting. These were all identified as Tier 1 priority projects within the near-term transit improvement program. And that's everything I had on the budget, but before I get into the work plan, I wanted to see if there were any questions on anything budget related before jumping into that.
Question just regarding the bike ped connection to the park and ride. Did you say that's to the Rio Grande Trail? It's not related to the business center?
Well, the goal is to get it to the Rio Grande and the ABC.
Got it.
So
okay.
to connect to both.
Somehow.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what this is doing, is looking at what are the feasible options, what are the projected costs, and really getting into a little bit more detail than what was done in, I believe it was 2012 or 2014.
Right, I remember that. Thank you.
For instance, I'm wondering on that, one of my first years as a commissioner, Open Space and Trails had what we called the high bridge, and it went basically from the level of the park and ride over to the Rio Grande Trail, a really high bridge that spanned the Roaring Fork River. And that might be something that SGM brings back as a possibility.
I think that there's a high likelihood that you'll see something
There'll
like
be
that, yeah.
some sort of a bridge. It might go across the river and then back, or it might go parallel to the Shale Bluffs, but it'll be some sort of a bridging system, I think, would be essential.
I think that's really what you'll probably see in March. Is the question is where is the best point, and should it be parallel? Should it be crossing the river parallel to Highway 82 or crossing the river? And what is the most feasible and cost-effective option to make that happen?
Look forward to that conversation.
So with that, we are looking at rolling it out to the Pickens County Open Space and Trails Board and the City of Aspen Parks and Open Space Boards in advance of bringing it to the full EOTC. So in January and February, it will be going to those boards, and depending on how those shape out, will determine the conversation that we all have as the EOTC in March.
I wish I could throw a few more ideas in, but this isn't the time. I don't know if you read about the Cash for Clunkers program that just was introduced I think, beginning in San Francisco.
I've heard of Cash for Clunkers.
Yeah, they're bringing it back. That'd be a fun one to talk about. Oh well.
Look at the work plan. So the work plan and the budget, in terms of the EOTC, the way they overlap, you'll see everything in the work plan that's reflected in the budget in terms of projects. But there are some things in the work plan that are not in the budget if they don't have a budgetary component associated with them. So this is everything that we're looking at tackling in 2022. It's pretty ambitious. I'm cautiously optimistic that we'll be able to get through everything in a timely fashion. But to start with the top here, the first one is pursuing EOTC budget mitigation. This has been on the work plan for a couple years now. And this is the transfer of the no fare service to RAFTA. Ideally, this will be completed before the end of the year, but if not, there could be some loose ends that need to be tied up in 22. The second one here is the EOTC retreat or long-term planning discussion. You'll see this both on the work plan and the budget. The thinking here, after having conversations on the staff side, technical staff and the management staff, is that this may be most effective done as, say, a longer EOTC meeting as opposed to a full-day retreat. And bringing in Farron Piers, who worked on the Upper Valley Mobility Study with the Aspen Institute. They presented at the Wheeler. They were the lead consultants on the Integrated Mobility System Phase 1 and 2, and have them do more or less a capstone type presentation to you on where they see transportation moving in the Upper Valley in the coming years.
That'd be great.
And give you the opportunity to really have a conversation with them because they have been working within this valley on this type of work for a long time.
I'll really look forward to that. When might that happen?
That's the next slide, but we're looking at April right now is the tentative plan. And then for the next two here, we've got two blocks of primary projects. The Brush Creek, we've got 4 associated with the Brush Creek Park and Ride, and we also have 5 associated with the progressing the project from the near-term transit improvement program. So this is making progress on everything that was identified as Tier 1 within that program next year, to the extent that we think is feasible within the budget and in staff time. And we can go back to that last slide, but I do want to point out that if you have a chance between now and October 28th, please look at your calendars. So we do need to set a meeting schedule for 2022. So right now we're looking at 4 meetings, 3 regular meetings, and 1 is the long-term planning discussion. So the 3 regular meetings, 1 would be in March, 1 would be in May, and 1 would be in October. And this is all in your packet as well. The location for the long-term planning discussion hasn't been determined yet, but we are looking at a rotation of Pickens County, then Snowmass, then Aspen. We're switching up locations a little bit because I heard feedback that people wanted to be in Snowmass in case it overlaps with the summer concert series. So that's why we did a little swap there. But please take a look at your calendars. And if you're aware or come across of anything that is really a major conflict, I have run this by the clerks from each of the jurisdictions and haven't seen any conflicts yet. But that doesn't mean we haven't missed something. So I guess that's everything I wanted to cover with the work plan itself. I'll go back to this slide just in
Those are probably
so you can see
all
that.
going to be conflicts for me, because that's when the Wolf meeting is moved to Thursdays.
These are all in the evening.
They're all like the last Thursdays of the month, it looks like. I'll find out.
Yeah, let me know. And if there are any other elected officials that have that similar conflict.
I'm the only one with that particular conflict, but I might be able to tell you before you leave today. Let me have a look here.
These would be evening meetings, right? Unless you're talking about the longer.
But I go all over the state.
Right, you may be gone anyway, so you could be phoning it in.
Let me look.
Yes, we've stuck with the last Thursday of the month between 4 and 6 because that seems to have worked best for the most number of people over the past few years.
I was going to say for the retreat planning, I have to say it's always really hard to vote for a separate retreat or a longer retreat, but every retreat I go to, we all wish we had more time because we never really get into the meat of it and then it's over. And so if we rush this or tag this onto another meeting, the same thing will happen again. So I think a retreat where you really have time to contemplate rather than rush through an agenda makes sense to me. So my vote's for let's not cheat ourselves yet again to save a couple hours.
And I think that the thinking here is that bringing in Farron Piers would be a good presentation, a good starter conversation, see where the conversation goes. If we think that another meeting is valuable, we can still schedule that later in the year, or for the first thing the next year. But within relatively by EOTC standards relatively quickly in order to continue that conversation.
David, are we the first you've come to for the update?
I am. I have Snowmass next Monday and Aspen the following Monday.
I'm curious what energy you're going to have about the entrance to Aspen that you're going to hear. And that we're going to hear at EOTC. Other thoughts?
Just putting it into my calendar, putting all those dates in. Oops, lost you. Can you go back?
If this is approved, I'll send out meeting invites for all of these dates.
Great. I won't
right
put
after
any more in
the
then. All right.
EOTC meeting. Just didn't want to clutter your calendar with a bunch of holds that end up changing.
Do you need us to give any detail about the work plan right now?
If you have any
I don't feel like
questions,
we've
comments, I can take
discussed it.
those. That definitely helps me tailor the conversation on the 28th. If not, yeah, no problem.
I would say, I don't know if this would fall under the buttermilk, like transit signal. Unfortunately, I've had to drive a lot because I feel like shuffling my kids around has just been putting me in the car more than I care to be, honestly. But one thing I've noticed at the buttermilk signal in the mornings is a lot of traffic turning right on red from Owl Creek. And that's sort of pushing back the flow of the traffic from Down Valley because there's no room. No one can get through the light because there's 10 or more cars that are now trying to merge into the space where the Down Valley traffic would otherwise go. So I don't know if there's like an interim opportunity to make that a no turn on red for certain hours of the day or something like that. If that's been a major, if it has been a true impediment to traffic flow, that's just been my observation from that. So something to throw into the mix there.
That hasn't been on my radar in terms of those reds, or the rides on red. What I would say is that with the Buttermilk bicycle and pedestrian underpass and transit bypass lanes, we would need to have a full traffic study done at that intersection, including the signal timing. So that would get evaluated at that time if it moves forward.
Yeah, okay. Thanks. Other thoughts on work plans? Yep.
Just that, on the topic of climate change action and mitigation, I've seen the Holy Cross Energy EV charger install. It's great to see that there. It would be nice to have maybe a broader conversation with Holy Cross and some of the other energy, maybe Core or Clear or both, just on by this time, by the time we start talking about this, that's October 28th. Actually, it might be too soon. But really, we're going to have to do some major electrification planning. And I think that this would probably be a good meeting to introduce that. And it'd be great to have someone from Holy Cross there. We can talk about their projections for the demand for electric, for chargers and how they'll meet it. And, I'm just thinking it's not too soon to be talking about that. And I would advocate for adding that, maybe if it's only a 10-minute update on here's what we're thinking from them, that might be a really worthwhile conversation to tee up the longer conversation of how we're going to electrify.
I don't know that we'll be able to get that on for the October meeting. What I can say is that those conversations really are happening in the background on the staff level. And this is, what we're working on now is getting the legal landscape set so that Holy Cross is able to place EV chargers out at Brush Creek Park and Ride. Because it is property owned by CDOT, City of Aspen has a lease. So it's legally complicated, and I anticipate that by itself will take a year to get through.
Right. Now, we already have chargers there, right?
We have one.
In various states of repair.
It's very, very old and needs to be replaced. It'll be taken out and won't be put back
Okay.
With the construction. And the hope here is that we can move right in with a larger number of much better chargers that are actually supported by ChargePoint.
Excellent.
But we are, with Zach from Community Development and Public Works, we are, as staff, working on what what will be the demand, how should we meet the demand, and how can we all work together to make that happen. So those conversations are happening.
Great, glad to hear it.
Greg, this is Rich, you'll probably see that during the budget presentation when we do meet with you, the infrastructure team. You might see that in a little more detail. A lot of the work that Dave's talking about with Fleet in these partnerships.
Great, thanks.
Well, and I would, if there is time in a future agenda, I believe the city of Aspen has done some robust work in this area. It'd be interesting to hear what they've done, like where they're at and what they've done with it. If there's ever time.
The city of Aspen does have the most robust EV charger plan of anywhere I'm aware of. And what we're doing now is basically building off that plan and making sure that we're consistent with it on areas that are outside the city. Because for a customer, it doesn't matter whether you're inside the city or outside the city, or you just want to be able to pull up and charge and it be convenient. So we're trying to integrate that as much as possible so that it is convenient as possible for that customer.
It'll be great if the production of cars actually takes off again so that we can use these chargers. There's no new cars anywhere. None.
At some point in time, I mean, if everybody all of a sudden saw the light and wanted an electric vehicle, we don't have anywhere near the capacity to have renewable electricity to charge them. We would be using fossil fuels to charge them. And so that's a more major discussion with Holy Cross Energy and, thinking through the electrification of the RAFTA bus fleet for one, and then also just the private automobiles. If they all go to electric, we're going to have some major new sources of renewable electricity to keep it being a green thing and not just burning fossil fuels to generate the electricity.
Well, it's a ways away. I know that the Ford Lightning, which I'm on the waiting list for, is they're not doing anything yet because they still don't have any computer chips. So all the car plants have thousands of cars that are ready to go to the market, but no computer chips. And the Lightning, which is the most popular upcoming new car, they have over 150,000 people on the waiting list, and they're planning on maybe building 15,000 next year. So it's not coming too fast yet.
Take care of that, will you, Dave?
Got limited
And then
control
we
over
would lose Dave
semiconductors.
as he fixes the chip supply chain issues.
But the only other thing I wanted to see was if you had any questions on the update items from the near-term transit improvement program in the Town of Snowmass Village Transit Center. The main update I had with the near-term transit improvement program is that we had discussed a channelization through the Maroon Creek Roundabout. There were some preliminary concerns about the radii and whether the large MCI buses would be able to get through, and tractor trailers, because that is the trucking route in and out of town. And following some radii analysis, it looked like we could barely just fit, but we'd probably be replacing the infrastructure regularly with trucks basically taking it out. So it was decided that it wasn't worth moving forward with on the engineering level any further at that point. So that one has been dropped. The other ones are all still moving forward.
And tell me again, this is at the Maroon Creek?
At the Maroon Creek Roundabout, we had some modeling done by Mead and Hunt that showed that if we were able to essentially prevent vehicles from merging midway through the roundabout, that we could significantly increase the efficiency of the roundabout.
And that didn't happen, right?
A vertical barrier was proposed, and that's what.
And that's been abandoned. Okay, too bad, but makes sense.
It does.
Was there talk of expanding the radii of the roundabout to make it make sense?
There was some talk back when the reconstruction was being considered, but the expense of purchasing land and everything that would be necessary to do it was cost prohibitive.
I thought it was CDOT's land.
CDOT owns the right-of-way, but we would need to purchase additional land into the golf course and open space areas in order to expand the roundabout to make that happen. And that was the main issue there. That and issues with the record of decision again.
Got it. So now a bigger truck can still fit, but the channelization infrastructure just won't go in. That's not going to be installed because the truck wouldn't fit with it.
Exactly.
Get it.
We could do a better sign out there. I think now it's just like an arrow and like the arrow with the, turn. So maybe something that's like, down valley through traffic or,
Might be able to do something like that, particularly with the.
Because that's the whole point, is just to get the down valley through traffic in the right lane, without going in and out of the 2 lanes there, right?
Exactly.
I was just remembering some roundabouts I saw in England, and when you enter the roundabout on a bicycle especially, you have to know exactly where you're exiting, because there might be 8 exits off a big roundabout going down different roads, and you really have to know what you're doing or you're going to end up on the wrong road. And when we start talking about making a bigger roundabout, that's what I immediately popped into my head. That
in Eagle and Avon, those roundabouts in Eagle and Avon, you really have to pay attention. Or you end up on I-70 or going over the bridge. But I thought that you or Brian, I forget which, said that CDOT did own that land where they're planning on doing the staging for the construction.
They do own some land that they're able to stage on.
And that's where they're going to do the staging?
Yeah,
Okay.
but that wasn't enough to be able to expand the roundabout.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you.
Okay, other info, other questions?
That's all I've got for now.
All right.
Thanks, David.
It's a great
Let's
topic.
see.
It's a great conversation starter.
I do have one. Today at our public event earlier, member of the public asked about the Smith Hill intersection safety improvements, because they had written a letter and had not seen any action or any results. So I don't remember where that is in terms of any action by EOTC, if it's on EOTC's radar, but that's a question I'd like to look at a little bit more and see if, what are potential solutions that we could work on as EOTC.
On the EOTC side, that's a difficult one because by law we can only expend funds on transit. So if it improves the safety of transit, then we're able to dive into it. If it doesn't, then it falls more into Public Works and CDOT. And I do know that Brian Pettit has been working with CDOT on possible safety improvements out at that intersection, but I haven't received an update in
it seemed,
time, so I'm
well,
not
that
sure
was
where
my initial thought. It's sort of an engineering problem between Road and Bridge and CDOT to figure out the best solution.
Yeah, I know Brian Pettit has been leading that effort.
Others?
That's it.
I just feel like our meetings with David are like a salon, All right, thank you, David, and we look forward to the EOTC meeting in 2 weeks. Okay, next up, Cindy, are you ready to start a few minutes early? Sure. Wonderful. All right,
2.5 minutes early, we're
Thanks,
gonna
David.
get you out of here real quick.
Thanks for the time.
All right, our next item we'll be discussing is master planning discussion about Richmond Bridge.
Oh, boy.
It's actually a lot broader than that. We're going to give you some information about where we are with master plans in general, because we haven't done that for a while, and go from there. So I think Ellen, there she is. She's online with us. So, yeah, thank you very much. The board was asking about master plans and where we were, and we gave a presentation to the P&Z last week, and so we're roughly going to do that same presentation just to update you on all the master plans that we have going on and where we are with that. And then
focus a little bit on the ones that we're working the hardest on right now, which happen to be the east of Aspen and gearing up with Castle Creek. So we'll go from there.
What
And,
besides east of Aspen?
the east of Aspen master plan,
And
which
then-
includes Richmond Ridge. So
yeah.
that one, as well as Castle Creek, which adjoin on
Yeah,
the ridge.
okay. Castle Creek's the one I didn't hear. Okay,
Oh,
great,
okay,
thank you.
sorry. And we'll talk a little bit about process so that the board understands what goes into developing a master plan, the process with that, and what that means as far as regulatory schemes and where that goes. So we'll go from there, and I think Ellen will kick us off.
Great, thanks. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, so I am going to give a little background about why we adopt master plans and then talk about the process, the progress that we're making in the update to the master plans that we have in place. And then, as Cindy said, talk a little bit about process as well. So I'm going to share my screen here. Let's see. Okay, so why develop master plans? Well, in 2002, the state mandated counties to develop and adopt master plans, and they required that certain topics be incorporated into the master plans, things that you'd expect like zoning, transportation. At the time, recreation was a topic they definitely wanted to see addressed, and the like. In September of 2020, that statute was updated to require master plans to also address several new topics, including access to alternative energy sources, population growth, and housing. So we got a head start. In 1987, the county adopted the Down Valley Master Plan for the rural portion of the county, and it was a very thorough plan, and several aspects of that plan remain relevant today. I think Cindy Hubin actually was involved in the development of that plan.
Yes.
Right, way back when.
She was in grade school.
I think I was in elementary school. Yeah.
So then, fast forward to 2003, in accordance with that 2002 state statute, the county adopted master plans for the entire rural portion of the county. And instead of adopting just one comprehensive plan, we adopted 10 or 11 at the time. Basically, each of the individual valleys in the rural portion of the county have unique characteristics, and we decided that those characteristics should be acknowledged and planned for. So we went from one simple plan to several. So these are the areas, the planning areas that exist today, and this map isn't that easy to read, but just to reiterate the point that, you know, on the left side of the screen, you've got the Crystal River Valley, which is distinctly different than the Frying Pan Valley in the upper right-hand portion of your screen, which is different and unique as relates to the Maroon Creek Caucus and planning area and the Woody Creek planning area, etc. So fast forward again to 2014, 11 years later, it was time to update those plans that we initially adopted in 2003, and we have rural area plans, and we also have two urban area plans on the right-hand column. In the right-hand column there, you see the West of Maroon Creek plan. That was an outcome of the update to the 2012 Aspen Area Community Plan, so we now have two urban area plans. The black text indicates plans that have been updated since 2014, and the blue text at the bottom left-hand portion of your screen are plans that are in process. We're still working on updating those plans. So 2 of the plans, as Cindy alluded to, we are currently working on updates to 2 of the plans, the East of Aspen Independence Master Plan and the Castle Creek Master Plan. And I'm going to start with a discussion of the Castle Creek Master Plan. That plan was actually, we completed an update to the draft plan in 2018 with the help of Tim Malloy, our consultant that we work with on. And we distributed, at the time, that updated plan to the Castle Creek Caucus. For various reasons, they were not able to work with us on reviewing that plan. And as a result, we put that plan on hold because we really felt it was important to have their input before we moved towards adoption. Due to that delay, we recently have had to update the existing conditions report and the master plan update itself to make sure that they're both still current. But we have we've just posted a new or updated redline version of the existing conditions report on our website, and the plan will be posted soon, and we are once again reaching out to the Castle Creek Caucus with the intent of moving forward with that plan sooner rather than later. We are also, okay, so when we updated the Castle Creek plan, it became evident that the upper portion of the Castle Creek Valley really warranted a special look. There are unique uses up in that portion of the valley, a unique mix of uses between the educational element at ACES and the historical societies, Ashcroft, and then the ski area up at Ashcroft as well, really lent themselves to some unique circumstances that needed to be addressed. We also recognize that there are county roads that access U.S. Forest Service wilderness portals, trailheads, and both the county and the Forest Service have special use permits up there that exist side by side. So we actually pulled together a collaborative effort between the Forest Service, the county, and the stakeholders at the top of the valley to address coordination around traffic, parking, access, and several conflicts between the various users in that area. And whereas we thought we were going to end up with a sub-area plan for the upper Castle Creek area, we actually ended up realizing that really what was needed was an operational plan. And as a result, we now meet twice yearly with the stakeholders and the Forest Service to look at operations in that area and adjust as necessary to address issues that come up on an annual basis. And I have to say, I think it has been a very successful coordinated effort between agencies and the folks who work and operate up there. And I bring this to your attention because I think several of the issues around recreation that we work through with this group are going to be relevant and should be addressed in both the East of Aspen Independence Plan and the Castle Creek Plan updates. So moving on to the East of Aspen Independence Plan, we did get the existing conditions report updated and out to the caucus, East of Aspen caucus that is, and others for review in April of 2021, and then we got the draft updated plan posted for review in August of 2021. We've made a significant effort to get feedback from the public. We've sent out snail mail, postcards, made phone calls, placed newspaper ads, and had 2 public Zoom meetings. To be honest, we haven't had as much public input as we would like to have for this area, and I think That's partly a result of the pandemic. So we continue to reach out to those folks and hope to get as much input as we can. So part of the difficulty in working with individuals in this area is that the area is quite large. This black line identifies the planning area boundary for east of Aspen Independence, and it actually covers 112,000 acres. 108,000 of those acres are in federal lands. So there's not as much private land in there as you might think. But the area covers the Smuggler Hunter Creek sub area, if you will, at the upper portion of your screen there. So where the arrow is just showing the lower portion of the Hunter Creek Valley outside the city of Aspen. That's where most of the private holdings still are. There's the east of Aspen Caucus area as another sub area in this plan. It's also called the Taggart's Lake West neighborhood planning area. That's right here. And then you've got the Taggart's Lake East portion neighborhood planning area. And that really goes from the private land at the lower portion of Independence Pass all the way up Highway 82 to the top of the county here, at the top of the pass. And then there's the Aspen Mountain Richmond Ridge planning area, which you have been looking at recently. That is on the western boundary of this planning area. And that western line generally follows the Richmond Ridge. So it's a really large area, and the outreach, I think, has been a little bit stifled because it is such a large area. So in terms of what we cover in these existing conditions reports, but we look at land use, and again, just to look at the same area in a larger format here. Most of the private land is in yellow here, and also the brown is mining claims. Most of the private land here is along the valley floor at the bottom of Independence Pass. There is some private land at the bottom of Hunter Creek here. And then there's also some private land on the backside of Aspen Mountain in yellow here, and also on some of these mining claims. And then the Aspen Mountain areas, the Aspen Mountain ski area is in this crosshatched portion of the Aspen Richmond Ridge neighborhood planning area. So then looking at zoning, which we are also required to look at by state statute. Again, same area here. We've got most of the areas in rural remote zoning. And then you've got some residential zoning here again along the valley floor and up in Hunter Creek. And then you've got the ski recreation zoning that lies over the Aspen Mountain ski area. We also update the build-out analysis for each of these areas so we understand what exists today in terms of residential development, commercial development, and then what could be in these areas at build out based on what zoning would allow. So since 2003, there's some changes that have been recommended in the East of Aspen master plan. Specific to zoning, I won't go through all of the changes, but I'll go through a few of the more significant changes. In terms of zoning, there's a recommendation to bolster the rural remote zone district, make sure that it continues to maintain the character that it's intended to maintain in these backcountry areas. Recommendation to implement the resource government zone district that exists in our code to preclude residential development primarily on federal lands and to conserve those public lands.
Ellen, where are the recommendations coming from?
A combination of of comments that we have received from the general public, and some of them, well, I would say a lot of them have come from comments we've received from the general public, and just some of them have just been based on what staff has seen in terms of the outcomes of meetings with planning and zoning commission and board of county commissioners, and these are recommendations at this point and will be reviewed by the planning and zoning commission to determine whether in fact they are relevant. But so
So they're
Is that-
staff recommendations, or they're just a collection of recommendations?
Well, there are collections. Some of them have been recommended by staff based on what we've been hearing over the course of the last several years, and some of them are based on comments that we've received from the public.
Okay, thank you.
It's safe to say it's a combination. And so on growth management, again, not a lot has changed in terms of some of the basic recommendations around growth management, but we have, and this is something that staff has recommended as an update, we have recommended that growth management be looked at through the lens of climate change and climate action. And that's in direct response to policies that you are making as we move forward. So another topic that we've looked at is affordable housing. Again, not a lot of changes since 2003, but one of the changes is a recommendation to buy down units to accommodate affordable housing without adding additional. And then as to recreational use, I think everybody knows that the recreational use throughout the county, in the rural areas in particular, have significantly increased, particularly in the last year during the pandemic. And so there is a recommendation, and this has come really directly from the East of Aspen caucus, that while we are trying to manage that increase in use, that we continue to and increase any efforts we can in terms of management and enforcement to address the impacts of that recreational use on residential neighborhoods. And then there's a new section, and this is a section that's being incorporated in all of the plan updates relating to climate change and resiliency, basically recommending that climate action be implemented pursuant to the emergency resolution that you all have passed, and as it relates to the climate action plan that continues to be updated on a regular basis. So, as a part of the East of Aspen Master Plan endeavor, we became aware that there are several connections between the East of Aspen planning area and the Castle Creek planning area, and that we really need to acknowledge that the connection between these two planning areas and incorporate consistent recommendations between the two master plans. And so again, I'm not sure how well you can see these maps, but on the right side you have a map. The colored portion is the East of Aspen planning area. And again, this western boundary line is along the Richmond Ridge generally. And if you look at the left-hand side of the page here, we've got the Castle Creek Master Plan area. And again, here's the Richmond Ridge running as the eastern boundary here. And what we've discovered, I mean, I think it's evident, it's obvious, but it has become recently more evident that both these areas are used for either informal or commercial recreation. They contain low-density residential, backcountry areas, a lot of rural remote lands, and that the west side of the ridge here in Castle Creek provides access via Midnight Mountain Road, Express Creek Road, Little Annie Road to the eastern portion of the ridge, and that there are impacts associated with all of those uses and access on both sides of the ridge, and that we need to acknowledge that and try to be consistent in terms of recommendations that address those uses and impacts in both master plan areas. So what's next in the lineup of master plan updates? Brush Creek is the next plan that we have in the queue. We've actually we've completed the existing conditions report. It's been referred to the Brush Creek Metro District. We've had a meeting with them, gotten some great, very comprehensive comments back from them. As a result of those meetings, they decided to form the Brush Creek Caucus, which you recognize this year. And and turn that off.
Ellen has ducks.
Control your duck.
Oh, I've got to control the ducks, sorry.
Does she
There we
have
go.
a parrot or a ringtone?
Well, that was really a duck. I have a duck. Yeah, anyway. So we do need to make some refinements to the draft master plan update for Brush Creek before we publish that. But the Brush Creek Caucus and Metro District are very anxious to work with us on that update, and I think we'll have a great public outreach related to that particular plan. Hope to have that done as soon as we can, and it is up next. Owl Creek, the Owl Creek master plan, we have the existing conditions report done. It has been referred to Owl Creek Caucus residents, and we've begun some public outreach with them. That area, as you know, there aren't as many full-time residents there, so I think it's going to be, the outreach there is going to be a little more challenging, but we do have some folks that are interested and willing to work with us on that plan update. And then there's the Pick and Basalt Junction, PBA, also known as GAP plan. We've begun that process. We actually put together a survey and received results from the survey. Unfortunately, that's as far as we've gotten at this point.
We had a
That
meeting.
plan-
We had that one
Yeah.
meeting, Ellen.
Sorry, okay. So Cindy, you said you're gonna grab that topic?
No, I just said, don't forget we had that one meeting with the town of Basalt.
Oh, sorry, yes. Yes, we did have, we have actually had we made some progress. We just haven't gotten as far along, as we will get, at some point. We need to, continue to coordinate with the town on that effort because, clearly that area is at their doorstep and it needs to be a coordinated plan.
Is that what they also call the 3 mile reach? Is that what you guys refer to?
Say again?
Is that, do you refer to that as the 3 mile reach also?
You know what, it does cover the 3 mile, area around the town. I don't think it includes the entire area. The intent really is to focus on the corridor from the edge of the municipal boundary of Basalt up to the old Snowmass Conoco along the highway corridor there, and to look at the existing uses mostly along that corridor, rather than going all the way out to the 3 mile boundary, which is a much larger area and is generally addressed in the Basalt master plan.
Thank you.
Yeah. And so in terms of any other questions before I move on to process? Very brief conversation.
So, not a question, but just FYI for you guys, the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus has been having major discussions about wanting to change the maximum house size and how people can, if they are qualified for having a house above a certain size, what mechanism, can they use TDRs for that? Can they use growth management to get a larger house? And I expect they probably will be coming with a proposal to you to make that change to the Snowmass Capitol Creek Master Plan. So it's really specifically about house size in relation to the size of the acreage and whether it's houses are in a subdivision or more out in the country, that sort of thing.
So, thanks, Steve. Yeah, they're a very active caucus, as you know, and they have been in communication with us about that topic. And we do anticipate working with them on an amendment to the master plan that was updated, I think, in 2016 or 2018. But yeah, we look forward to working with them on that amendment. Thanks.
Could you show us there was the map of all the various areas previous several slides back. I was looking at Frying Pan and I was wondering where the cutoff was with where Rudai was on that. Can't really see it. With the Frying Pan Valley, yeah.
Up on the right.
It looks like it just basically goes almost right from the dam, and that's the master planning area. So does it include the dam at Rudai, or is it, how do we?
I know Rudai Shores. I know. I can't tell you. I think it does, but I can't confirm that. I know that I can't tell you exactly where the county line is there.
Well, the county line is the top of it. I'm pretty sure, because I think it runs through the lake like it does there.
Yeah.
But then just what that vertical line looks like it slices right through the dam or something. Maybe that's it.
Right here, yeah. I don't know how accurate at this scale.
Right. It may not be very accurate.
I heavied up that line, and I can't tell you whether it cuts off the dam or not.
The reason I'm asking is that regarding any activity that happens regarding the hydro facility or the power plant on the dam up there, I'm just wondering how the master plan, is affected by activities there right on that border. And that's a future conversation with you all, but, in Rawapa and others. Just thinking about if something were to change at the dam or at the hydro plant, is that part of this master planning? Would that have to be taken into consideration?
The Frying Pan Caucus is also a very effective, active caucus, and they worked with us on the update to their 2003 plan and completed it. I've got it on the previous slide. Yeah, they completed their plan in 2016, and my recollection, it's been a while since I've reviewed the plan, but I don't believe they talked about that particular or covered that particular topic in their plan.
Right.
Their original or their 2016 update.
It occurs to me that's Bureau Reclamation territory anyway, so maybe they wouldn't. Who knows who gets to make decisions on things there?
Well, that's not to say, again, these are living, breathing documents, just for better or for worse, just like the land use code. And if amendments are necessary to address really pertinent topics that are important to the residents, that's always an option.
Great, thank you. Could you, while we're on the topic, the West of Maroon plan, I'm intrigued so much by it. It seems that really it's existed to have been ignored lately by some, and so I'd love to just hear more about it.
You'd like to hear more about that? Well, I can tell you, where did that go? There's a picture of it anyway. So it was adopted in 2013. I'm not sure what you want to hear about it, other than that, again, that was we had great public participation in development of that plan. It was an outcome of the Aspen Area Community Plan in 2012. This was an area that, again, just needed more work, more detailed physical land use planning than it received in the Aspen Area Community Plan. I don't know what aspect of the plan you want to focus on, other than that we don't have that on the docket to update immediately. We're using that plan, looking at it as it relates to the county's facility plan update, and we're looking at it as it relates to the airport master planning efforts. So we definitely use that plan on a regular basis to inform both other planning efforts and development applications that come through. Did you have any specific questions?
I was just concerned about all the activity we're going to see, construction activity and development activity in the neighborhood. Certainly with the lumberyard project, which is proposed and in the pipeline for the city, and our airport, of course. Talk about how the intersections and the EOTC. We're talking about doing things with buttermilk. I guess it's more of I'm coming from a position of being naive about it and wanting to know more and wondering if, is that plan a document that, do we have too many entities that don't have to follow it involved? How useful is it going to be in determining the fate and the planning to this important part of the opening of our valley, the entrance to Aspen, so to speak?
Yeah, I think hard to say with the various government agencies that may not be, they still should be subject to the plan, but I want to say that the plan is a little bit different from some of the rural area plans that we have in place, because it's very specific. It identifies very specific nodes, if you will. That's the term we used in the plan. So we did look at individual parcels because it's such a small area, and made recommendations that were pretty specific. And we looked at transportation and what the impacts to need for transit, and we looked at that parcel, that the lumberyard parcel, and made some very specific recommendations. So I think that it will be an effective tool. It's still a master plan that makes recommendations, and it's not a legislative document. So we'll see how well it holds up, and it's conceivable that we'll want to make some updates to that plan as well, although things are moving along pretty quickly in that area. So we hope that the recommendations in the plan will be effective and hold up through those review processes, and see how it goes.
Thanks, Ellen.
Yeah.
Yeah, if Kelly, if I could hop in real quick on that. I don't think in 2013 we anticipated the special districts and their ability to go through what's called location and extent, and only be reviewed in the master plan as one of the elements, with the ultimate authority lying with the boards of the districts to say whether or not they want to move forward on a project. So I think we've got a whole new dynamic, because we've got several special districts, plus the city of Aspen jurisdiction patchworking throughout the urban growth boundary, next to areas that are governed by the WAMP, the Western Marine Creek Plan. And so it's definitely more of a challenge than we anticipated in 2013. And if we had all the ability in the world to get moving on it, I'd love to be doing an update to the Western Marine Creek Plan as well, just because so many changed circumstances, as you've mentioned.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I was just thinking that, boy, what a great opportunity to engage with the city, to move forward on that, because it's going to affect all of us, in
Right.
particular the people in the city. as they come and go. So I think that's a great opportunity to work together.
Absolutely, yes, agreed. So, if I may, I'll just finish up with my presentation and turn it over for more questions and to Cindy, unless you have any questions you want to throw out there before I finish up on process.
And just real quick, we wanted to go over process with you because, you know, typically you're not as involved with master plans. It's the Planning and Zoning Commission, and it's really their purview to address these master plans. We like it when the board ratifies the plans and is in sync with the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendations. But, you know, sometimes that happens and sometimes it doesn't. But anyway, we just wanted you to see what it took to go through a master plan and those changes. And then there's always room for discussion in terms of how we're conducting how we do master plans. It changes throughout the years, and we used to have a very, very active, long-range planning commission that was a portion of the planning commission that really focused on master plans. And then throughout the years that shifted, and now it's more in the hands of staff with the P&Z reviewing the master plans and then approving the master plans through public hearings. But sorry, Ellen, I jumped in on you.
No, I mean, you basically covered this slide. The Planning and Zoning Commission by state statute is actually responsible for master plan review and adoption. The way we set that up is we typically have a preliminary informal review at the Planning Commission with the caucus, if there is a caucus and or residents, in a work session format to really work through the kinks of the draft master plans before moving into hearings for adoption. And in between that P&Z work session and a public hearing at the P&Z for adoption, we plan to come back to you, the board, just to update you on changes that are anticipated in these plans, anything that might be controversial, to give you a heads up. And then after the Planning Commission public hearing for adoption, assuming the plan gets adopted, we'll come back to you, as Cindy said, again, for ratification. And really, we're making a large effort to incorporate, to bring the public into review of these plans and get as much public outreach done as we can. It's been a bit of a challenge, but we continue to recognize how important it is to have public involved. So that's all I have in terms of presentation. I don't know if Cindy wanted to take it from there or just open it up to questions and response from you all.
I think Greg has something.
Yeah, just Ellen, you're the long range planner, right? That's your title. Do we have just one long range planner, or do we have more than one? How many are you?
Zach and Ellen really are our long range planners.
I guess the question I had is, it sounded as if you said we had more of a long-term planning group or a committee or public citizens advisory board or something. Could you describe that? And it sounds as if it's dissipated from the way I'm hearing your description of it. And I'm just wondering if as we see all the pressure, the growth pressure that we're seeing, the changes, the demands from the special districts that can have location and extent ability, would it make sense to maybe try to reform a long-range group of citizens who are thinking ahead on a lot of this stuff to help? Because I get the feeling that the pressure is great, and if we're looking at a build-out of, we're at 55% build-out, or do we have 45? I can't remember. 55? It makes me nervous about the future of the valley as we see the way things are shaking down, with development, whether it's by a municipality or by a landowner, or by the county for that matter. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on that. Maybe for a future topic of a discussion, if you think we should have that, I would introduce it.
Yeah, that would be very helpful if we had some guidance, along the way in developing these plans. We have very active caucuses, and then we have some that aren't so active. So sometimes we get a lot of help. Sometimes the caucuses just take over and present their own master plans. We have tried what's called a caucus roundtable for the rural caucus groups, so that caucuses are able to share information with one another, and it helps us get consistency in the master plans throughout the county, because at the end of the day, we take all of the caucus master plans or the planning area plans, and we put those together in a common oversight master plan that talks about the commonalities and gives some general broad guidance to the county. So the Planning and Zoning Commission, interestingly enough, last week talked about just that. Suzanne Caskey is now on your Planning Commission, and she remembered when the Planning Commission splintered off into a long-range Planning Commission and then the day-to-day caseload Planning Commission, and was wondering if there was any interest in that amongst those members. And there didn't end up being a ton of conversation about that, but I could see that as a really healthy conversation between the board and the Planning and Zoning Commission, and what might come out of that. It could be Planning and Zoning Commission members, or it could be a different group.
Well, I'd appreciate a conversation like that if if we initiate it with the P&Z or with, I don't like to create more layers, but maybe in this case, that's something that could be useful as the pressure is increased, more minds at the table, and I appreciate that Suzanne came up with that. That's good to hear.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, great idea.
Yeah, we can work with Kelly on whether or not we can squeeze in a joint P&Z and BOCC meeting sometime in the near future.
If that's appealing to the rest of my board.
I mean, I'd like to get a sense of the P&Z's sort of interest on these topics. I could understand if some individuals are more interested in the day-to-day application review, because it's just a different kind of work.
There's a lot of work there too. Yeah.
Right.
So, other thoughts?
Not right now.
More chocolate.
I know, gosh. I do just want to be clear, though, that, I'm not sure I'm clear, I should say, on understanding if, looking at the Richmond Ridge, how that analysis becomes holistic. Because I think what I heard is that, there's aspects from the East of Aspen plan, there's aspects from the Castle Creek plan. Some of those are overlapping, and that overlapping nexus would be where the Richmond Ridge sort of recommendations would fall into. But would they be separate standalone, or will they live in the two plans and connection on the sides that
right
they're relevant for?
We're hoping that oh, go ahead, Elle.
No, you go ahead, Cindy.
Yeah, we're hoping that we can coordinate these meetings together between Castle Creek and East of Aspen, Richmond Ridge area, and that we have these discussions as one, and then see how it falls out to manage the region from a master plan perspective. We've thought a lot about whether or not there should be a sub-area master plan and just that effort for the Richmond Hill Ridge area. And I think that we as staff have fallen on the decision that we think we can still work with the plans that we have and get what we need out of that. and but make more of an effort to draw everyone together. A lot of the Richmond Ridge issues have to do with recreation, and the recreational part of it I think it was 2015, when we had those big meetings up at the Adventure Center up by Ashcroft. John Wilcox let us use his building, and we had tons of people show up from everything from, Mountain Bike Association and mountain bikers to the Jeepers and the Jeep group and off-road vehicle folks in general. And so we had a lot of great input at that point, so we're thinking about reaching out to that group again, maybe in an updated survey. And it really doesn't have the boundary, when you're recreating, you're not thinking, oh, I'm in the Castle Creek Caucus area, or I'm on the Richmond Ridge, neighborhood plan, part of the East of Aspen plan. So I think that's going to be our approach, to reach out as one, unless we hear differently from you and the P&Z about that. But I think that we're on that trajectory right now. We've had 2 meetings, as Ellen said. We've been somewhat disappointed in the number of people that have showed up, but we've been really fortunate. We've had Kevin Warner from the Forest Service be a part of our last discussion. Ben Dodge with the Braun Hut system was part of the meeting. We've had individuals, property owners, and the ski co. We've had, representation on, I think, some of the major players in the decision-making. But what we lack right now are those individual recreationists and how we get them engaged, and some of the other property owners. But we've had, I think, a pretty consolidated list of concerns and recommendations from the Castle Creek side in the basin area, if you will, the owners that have the Little Annie Basin and the approach through the Little Annie Road and Midnight Mine Road. We've heard from, I think it's about a dozen of those folks who have signed a letter and pretty thoroughly, I think you may have seen it, talked about their issues and concerns. So I think there's a group to tap into there, as well as the remaining recreation, which is a little harder because it's decentralized. But we think we have the avenue to that by going back to that 2015 working group, seeing who's still there, trying to do some survey work as another angle if people aren't interested in showing up for Zoom meetings or in-person meetings. It's just across the board. We're hearing from the Forest Service, they have major meetings on wilderness area implications, and they're having 1 or 2 people show up. So I think it's just tough right now, and that's another point that we need to continue to check in with you on and with the P&Z on, and make sure that you're comfortable with us moving forward with the amount of public participation that we're able to get.
Thank you. Greg, then Francie.
I'm comfortable. I think that if we've noticed it, we've begged and cajoled and appealed for people to participate. I feel pretty comfortable with the amount of requests for outreach that you've done, and you've probably gone beyond the usual. Or if you think a little bit more would help, then fine. But
yeah. We've got more work to do on these.
I'm comfortable. I just wanted to say, I thought, to me, the ridge itself is a unique enough topographic feature that I wonder if there is any value in considering a narrow strip along the ridge as a separate master planning area. And I don't know enough about it, but it seems to me a lot of the issues that the landowners who live down in the valley or along the hillsides would have may not even apply up there to the recreationalists on the very top. And it seems as if, to me, there are a lot more in the Castle Creek side than there would be. There really isn't anybody except maybe Shoaf's place or something, and Jason and Greg or something down off of the east side. But there aren't that many that I can think of on the east side. So I wonder just how much they have in common regarding their concerns, and it might turn out to be easier to narrow it to a quarter mile or a half mile or I'm not even sure, strip along the very ridge top, because that's like a focus of recreation and specific access. So that I hope you don't throw out that possibility, but it's interesting to hear what you've been hearing from people.
Right. We're just a little afraid that, creating yet again another plan might not be the answer. It might be that we need to do that work and focus on that issue of the ridge, but not necessarily create a new plan, but definitely do the work. So
as a practical matter, both of these master plan areas are in the throes of an update, and they have so many similar characteristics, and so much arid rural remote zoning, and there's, as you said, the recreational aspect exists on both sides of the ridge. I think since both of them these plans are in play, it may not be the best approach, but I think it's a reasonable approach to just make sure that we address the issues consistently on both sides of the ridge, and make sure that the plans are coordinated to address those issues effectively, rather than having yet another sub-area plan out there. That may be, in the end, Greg, the best approach, but I think since we have both of these plans in play at the moment, just going with that approach is, in my opinion, a more efficient plan.
Got it. Okay, good. I'm glad you're thinking about it.
Okay, we do have to wrap up pretty quickly. I have a question. Francie has her hand up. Francie, go ahead.
Do the people on the east side of Aspen, like, I just forgot her name, the woman with the mining claims over there who was on the tour with us?
Marcella?
Yeah. Do those people come to the Castle Creek meetings? They're part of the Castle Creek caucus, right?
Right.
So they are represented when you have the meetings. They show up.
Right.
I'm sure she does, but do others?
Yeah. Not a lot of Castle Creek folks have come, although Joe Wells is the representative for the Castle Creek caucus, and he came to our last meeting. We asked him to come, and he believes that creating a new plan.
He believes that what?
He believes that creating a new plan would only probably slow us down as well, and that we can accomplish what we need to accomplish by looking at both of these plans. That was his opinion.
Yeah, that was his opinion. And also, now that we're going to begin again to try to reach out to the Castle Creek caucus folks to get them more fully engaged beyond the engagement that we've had to date. So it is, again, it's a tough time with the pandemic to get people involved, and but we're going to do everything in our power to get folks working with us.
The question I have is how do you treat adjacency in master planning? So, how would the one side of the ridge consider the other side of the ridge in their master plan?
I don't think there's anything, let me think about that. I don't think there's anything that precludes talking about adjacency in each of the respective plans.
I think the way that we've done it, Kelly, in the past, we've looked at it, would there be conflicts, based on what this side of the ridge is saying and this side of the ridge is saying, and then we try to work those out.
Because I guess for me, it would be important that the result of these planning efforts that deal with the Richmond Ridge, look at kind of the straddling concern, right? Like, so they're not just sort of limited to the top of the ridge to what falls off to their side, but like, are there implications for what's straddled on the ridge for that plan? when both plans are thinking about it.
Mhm.
So I'll throw that out there as my hope and expectation for
Yeah.
the process.
No, thank you. I think that's ours as well. So.
Okay. Steve, did you have?
Yeah,
Go
just
ahead.
one last thought. The thing that's similar between the whole Richmond Ridge area is down in the valley, it's a different zoning. There's houses on both sides that are not rural and remote. And then up on Richmond Ridge on both planning areas, there are mining claims that are rural and remote, with most of them being on the Castle Creek side, but some being on the other side. So that is really the similarity, and I mean, I know you're aware of that, and that would be where you would try to have a similar position or approach for all that rural and remote zoned land on both sides of the ridge, irregardless of which planning area it's in.
Right, right. And the other thing that I don't want to forget is that we have the Richmond Ridge Management Plan, which is a little bit old and stale and needs to be updated, but it was heavily involved the Forest Service and the use of the county roads, Forest Service roads, and how they're used for recreation. So in a way, Greg, that plan kind of was the focus for the Ridge relative to recreation and transportation, if you will, the whole mechanized versus non-mechanized kind of look.
Great.
So
How old is that one?
Ellen, is that 93 or 98?
Wow.
It was 2000.
Oh.
And
It's
and
so
as a
new.
practical matter, so it's close to 98, but
We started in
prac-
93. No, just kidding.
You're just off by a century.
right. Because how was Cindy yeah, but no, as a practical matter, that Richmond Ridge plan, the results, the outcomes of that plan are reflected in the 2002 travel management plan that the Forest Service adopted. And as Cindy said, the outcome of those conversations, that discussion resulted in some roads in that Richmond Ridge area being mechanized, some being closed off to mechanized use, really addressing some of the recreational conflicts that existed at the time.
Glad to hear about it. Yeah, I'd forgotten about that. I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. Okay.
Yeah, that was done in 2000.
Okay, let's close this up. We've run over a little, but it's a good conversation, and we've been hoping for this update for a while. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen, for all your hard work. And we'll see you both soon.
I guess I have one last question, and that would be, so, I know this might not be a realistic question, but when do you expect to have a master plan for both of those areas that is usable for us in making decisions?
Well, thank you for bringing that up. If I could have a couple more minutes on that, I appreciate you bringing that up because it leads me into the thinking about how master plans are used and how that works. But, I'm always pushing and I'm optimistic, but if we can engage, get engagement and get recreationists involved and get, both sides more active, I would think that, we could get something but within 6 to 8 months to be a final approved, adopted plan. We let the P&Z know they're coming, and we need to make room on their dockets for public hearings and work sessions. So we've got that. But what I wanted to point out for the board's purposes and didn't already is that a master plan is advisory, and it's advisory in most cases for compatibility with the master plan. In certain cases, it's embedded in the land use code, and it's more than advisory. We've got in rezonings, in subdivisions, and somewhat more than advisory, but still advisory in location and extent.
In what?
Location and extent. It's a type of review that special districts get to go through. You get to go through it as a county, which basically allows you to move your agenda forward when you need to as a special district. And that gets into conflict sometime with the broader plans. But the thing about a master plan is that it's the visionary part. It has action items that then are looked at. So let's just say a master plan recommends that there be rezonings. Then that actual rezoning process has to start. And that goes through public hearings, and then it becomes a legislative action within your actual land use code. So just because a master plan says, we think that certain things should happen, it still has other steps beyond that for them to become law, if you will.
More regulatory rather than advisory.
Exactly. So there's timing on that as well. But thank you for mentioning that. I wanted to bring that up.
So we're looking at, you're thinking 6 months to finish this process?
6 to 8, something like that.
Something like that. And how far into it are we? How long have you been doing it already? Just to give.
We got the existing conditions updated, probably. We got those out in April. It took many, many months before that to get that done. A red line version of the existing plan is up and running. We've had 2 meetings, Ellen, with the public, with about half a dozen people showing up each time. And we intend to do, more, obviously, public outreach meetings, try to get the recreation people involved, hear what's really going on up there, and, actually update the red line version, take it to the P&Z in a work session, and then take it to a public hearing, and hopefully have public come and express their thoughts about what's been inked, and go from there and have it adopted. So.
Great. Well, I think it's an important one. It's on everybody's minds. So, if I can keep the fire lit or crack the whip or whatever, that's where I'll be.
Yeah, those 2 plans, Castle Creek and east of Aspen, are the ones on our docket right now.
All right, thank
Great.
you.
Thank you for that.
We do need to move on here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy.
Thank
you,
you.
Ellen. All right, guys, we have potentially another 45 minutes of work here, so I'm gonna keep moving. And with that, I'll invite Jordana Sabella, our Public Health Director, who I see is online with us, to join us for a COVID-19 update.
Hi, everybody. I apologize. My video does not seem to be working.
Okay.
But I am here and with you.
All right, and we can hear you well.
All right. Well, let's go forward with that, not waste any more time, and I can share my presentation with you all and walk you through a COVID update. John Peacock usually does this, but being that he's out, it is great that I'm able to be here and share this with you today. Let me make this.
We're happy to have the change of personality.
We love John.
We love John, but it's nice to hear from you.
My technical prowess is not demonstrating itself here. And present mode, easy peasy. All right.
All right, looks good.
So just to start off, wanted to share a bit about our instance since August. You can see in the blue line, Pickens County's 7-day incidence rate, which since August has kind of hovered about the same place. It peaked at above 300 in mid-September. And we've been having a steady, slow but steady decline. since then. The yellow line there shows the incidence rate in Colorado, which is not as low as ours. And then the point at which we did implement a mask order in Pickens County, and knowing that the mask order came into effect about the same time as we saw some folks really leaving town towards the end of September, and knowing that those two in combination are probably having a beneficial effect on our overall incidence rate.
Did you say end of September? I'm sorry. End of September was the mask mandate? Okay, you've got it right there. I just saw it. Sorry.
I was confused at first too.
We've had a long day, Jordana, but we're happy for the info.
I appreciate that. Just an update, the hospital capacity is back to comfortable. So that is good news on that front. And then
Jordana, before you go on, I have a question about that graph because it shows, would you mind going, yeah. So it shows the 7 to 8 incidence rate now at around like, I don't know, 175 or something like that. Is that per 100,000?
Correct.
Okay, because it looks like it's just the incident rate. So I was like, what the heck? Okay, thank you.
Yes, and anything that is still considered the high level on the CDC risk tracker. So while we're making progress in the right direction, we are still not in the clear. Wanted to share some data from the state. So the state evaluates and estimates effectiveness of folks that have been fully vaccinated in different age ranges. And what this slide inherently shows us is that vaccines continue to be our best tool against COVID. In those age 12 to 59, we see vaccine effectiveness is still at about 75%, and ranges to a vaccine effectiveness about 79% for those 60 to 69, and those over 70 about 76.9%. So vaccines are still incredibly protective against contracting COVID-19. The other update here shows vaccine effectiveness for hospitalization outcome. Again, we see a range of between 85 and 95% effectiveness, that if you are fully vaccinated, you are protected against severe COVID symptoms and the need to be hospitalized. So we've just continue to have that great tool, and for anyone tuning in and watching, knowing that getting vaccinated is one of the best things you can continue to do.
I think we might have a question here, Jordana. Go ahead, Greg.
Quick question, just regarding why is it called an estimate? I see estimate written all over this. I'm just thinking that seems like it would be hard data by now. So I'm wondering what's being estimated, just so we understand the veracity of it and it can be held up as evidence.
Greg, I can get you more details on how this is calculated from this is put together by our state epidemiologist, but can get back to you in details, but knowing that this is using our local Colorado data.
Got it. Okay.
There are, as always, there's some magic that happens on the data side to why that is called an estimate there, but I can get back to you with the precise methodology if that would be helpful.
I think it'd be great, just because that will be the first thing people question. So thank you.
Again, another way to look at some of this data, vaccinated people are 8.2 times less likely to be hospitalized for COVID. So vaccines continue to be extremely effective. The next area I wanted to update this group on is that there's been a lot of movement in the testing realm. We had heard back in August and September that there were a number of different testing needs that were identified. The first one was that there was, at that time, no weekend availability at the free community testing sites. And so working with the Roaring Fork COVID test and Dr. Allen, Saturday testing was added and made available at the airport drive-up testing site. So additionally, we heard that there were no free rapid testing options. And so as of now, those Roaring Fork Valley COVID testing sites behind the City Hall and out at the airport will offer, or do offer, rapid tests in addition to PCR for individuals who are symptomatic. So we see this as a big win. We know that those BINAX tests are incredibly helpful in giving individuals that preliminary result. If you are positive, you can go ahead and start your isolation and get people that answer a lot faster. The other initiatives that we have been working on are promoting the free at-home BINAX tests that the state came out with a program where they will ship those to your home. So we've been promoting that in our newsletter and through social media sites and through presentations like this. Additionally, schools in Pickens County all have rapid BINAX, which is an antigen test, as well as Q-tests, which is a PCR test, and they can use those in their own schools for if students or staff become symptomatic during the day according to their own testing protocols. So those are really three solid ways that we have recently worked to increase access to free rapid testing options. Additionally, it was identified that the free community testing was inaccessible for children who are too young to spit. If you've been to those sites, they're called a spit test, and you have to spit into a tiny little tube. So for kids who are not able to do that, we again work with Dr. Allen to follow a protocol that the hospital uses to take cheek swabs and then be able to send those off for testing to Microgen. Rapid tests, once this happens, rapid tests are also available to any individual that is symptomatic, including children. Parents are responsible for collecting those samples, so we have provided instructions to those testing sites so that parents can understand how to swab both nostrils or cheeks and what to do with those swabs to be able to get a good sample. Finally, we've identified that point of care testing, there was not a lot of availability at medical provider offices for that point of care COVID testing. And so we have distributed Q or BINAX tests to various providers in medical offices who want to be able to offer this free point of care testing for patients. They can't charge anything in association with these tests, so no fees to collect the samples or process the tests. But if there are providers who are interested in that, this is an option for those providers. Any questions before I move along?
I have one. Yeah, Greg, go ahead.
Well, just a quick, is Microgen the only lab that's really available to us? Is that a state mandated lab for some reason, or contracted with the state? I'm just trying to find out if there are other alternatives to Microgen.
The state has that contract locally with the testing site to be able to offer that. So that is where we are able to access that completely free community testing. There are other labs and ways to get tested in Pickens County. So the hospital does have testing for those that can get a doctor's order to order that test. There's also a private lab in town that does testing, but is not supported by a state contract. So at this point, Microgen is the only option when we've asked the state to explore this issue. they've said that, the microgen is the option that's provided in our area.
Okay, thank you.
Jordana, regarding the testing for the schools, do these Binax and Q tests, if they come back negative, will they allow children to forego quarantine? Or do they still have to get the sent out PCR test?
Great question, Kelly. So for quarantine, if you kids who are exposed to another known COVID positive case in the school setting where everyone is masked, there is not a quarantine requirement when masks are being properly worn. So that's been really a huge benefit this school year. These rapid tests, I think, are really being able to be used for identifying individuals who are symptomatic. The schools have an algorithm that requires them, anyone who has any symptom needs to get a COVID test to be able to come back to school after the appropriate period of time has passed for that illness. And it depends on what illness it is, the length of time, and when it's appropriate to come back to school. So what we're seeing is a real benefit of this is being able to take that, get a result of, is it COVID or not, when the kids are there in school. And then Kelly, to your point, I think if kids just have one minor symptom, they're able to get that result and potentially, return to the classroom, right? If they have a tummy ache, which is a minor symptom, could be caused by other things, they're still well enough to be in school, they can take this test and return to the classroom. If they have a severe symptom like fever, they're going home until they're fever free for a certain period of time before they're permitted to come back to school with a negative COVID test and symptoms that have resolved.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. Francie.
Jordana, my granddaughter just had COVID, and somebody else who worked for me had it. So I spoke at length with Mercedes at Garfield County, and she said that you won't get a negative COVID test after having COVID, sometimes for months, and so you don't need a negative COVID test because you still have the antigens in you that give you a positive even if you're not sick. And so it was relying more on the number of days since you started isolating the symptoms than it was on getting a negative COVID test.
So every situation is going to be a little bit different, and each county has a different protocol. So I would just, continue to have individuals follow the protocol that is associated with their school that they are attempting to return to.
But isn't it true that you can test positive after you're done with your symptoms for a pretty long time?
So the test is used to identify individuals that have symptoms to see if they have COVID. If they do, then they have to isolate for 10 days since those symptoms first appeared. They don't have to test negative to come back to school.
Okay, that's what I was asking, yeah. Because I thought you had said earlier that they did, but thank you for clarifying that.
So just some additional areas of focus. We know we need to continue to promote and communicate this testing availability that does exist, to continue to expand that point of care testing to medical providers. So when folks are going to their doctor anyway, they have access to COVID testing. And we are continuing to investigate additional rapid PCR testing options at no cost to the community. We know that is still an area that could be improved. Additional testing resources and information is always available on the covid19.pickingcounty.com website. This is where you can find more information about CDPHE's rapid at-home testing program, where they'll send you rapid antigen Binax tests right to your mailbox. And then also just wanted to state the free community testing sites the hours. So behind City Hall, that's open 9 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. The Aspen Airport cell phone lot is open 7:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Monday through Saturday. And to reiterate, those Microgen spit PCR tests are available for everyone. And additionally, rapid Binax tests are available for individuals who currently have symptoms at those sites.
Or for children who can't spit, right?
Yes, that is a new.
I have one of those.
Addition as of this week. So there's
Thank you.
a lot of us excited about that. Vaccination. So just pretty high level. Third dose eligibility has been approved for Pfizer. Moderna and Johnson & Johnson have their hearings this week, so we're expecting to hear more very shortly there. 5 to 11-year-old hearings for being able to distribute Pfizer to these younger kids is set for the end of October. So we really think that there's going to be a lot of information coming out, and we'll be communicating that out as soon as we know more. Flu shots, just want to reiterate that there's concern that this could be a concerning year for flu. So it's a great idea to be able to go and get flu shots now, as well as any COVID boosters or first and second doses that you might be eligible for. Oftentimes, where COVID vaccines are being administered, flu shots are also available and are safe to be administered at the same time. So for more information about where to get vaccinated, you can check in with your doctor's office, and then there's more pharmacy and vaccination clinic information available again at that Pitkin County COVID-19.pitkincounty.com website. The next conversation.
Greg has a question.
I just want to say, Jordana, thank you. That was really helpful to have that. I know how hard you've all worked to try to solve these issues because the testing has been coming up, and that was extremely helpful. And I just want to express my gratitude that you put that together. So thanks.
Thanks, Greg, and thanks to our team, and most notably our testing partners who have been hearing these concerns and responding in an extraordinary way.
Great. Thanks to them too.
So, planning for winter, we've been having a lot of conversations, starting with our public health team, with Aspen Valley Hospital, with a group of stakeholders who come together to really think about what this means for winter, that include SkiCo and ACRA and Go Snowmass and RAFTA and the airport, a number of other partners who are able to really help us think through what are the mitigation measures we should be thinking about preemptively, and being able to respond to this ask that we've really heard from the community, who've been asking, what can we expect for this winter? Can we have some predictability of what these mitigation measures might be if things get worse? And what are those triggers? What are those measurements that we're looking at that would cause those additional measures to go into place? So we've been having these conversations really under the umbrella that the state has been giving direction that each county should really address the needs at the local level. And we know that we have different needs than other counties. We know that our winter tourism, we see a lot of visitors that come through, and we know that this increases our mobility, which we've seen a real correlation between our increase in mobility and then an increase in incidence rates. We know indoor settings are riskier in terms of transmission compared to outdoor settings, and that people are going to be inside a lot more come winter. The other thing that we know is that we're really managing to hospital capacity. So the ultimate outcome that we want to be able to protect is protecting that ability for our local hospital to be able to treat not only folks who might need it due to being infected with COVID, but for other needs, related to a fall on the ski hill or a heart condition. So that's really the ultimate goal that we're looking to. What's new this winter versus last is vaccination. We have tools that we didn't have last year. And so, as I think I've said before in this presentation, vaccination continues to be incredibly important, especially as we're seeing new and more transmissible, more easily to spread variants that are going to keep coming our way. So I'm going to move into this trigger plan, the proposed county winter planning triggers and mitigation plan that will be shared with the Board of Health on Thursday for feedback. And so the first item that you'll see on here is the mitigation strategy of our indoor masking order that is currently in place. It requires masking with the exception for 100% vaccination verified businesses. The trigger of when this goes into effect is if we've had substantial or high transmission, according to the COVID data tracker, for 5 days. And we will come out of this when we reach low or moderate transmission for 21 days. So that's something that's in place and doesn't have an expiration date at this point in time. The next layer of mitigation strategies are suggested to last for the winter season. So as we really understand that, when we are expecting more individuals that are coming here, we're going to see an increase in mobility. What we've seen in the past is that mobility tends to increase our incidence rate. And then at a certain point, our incidence rate is tied to the number of folks who will end up needing care at the hospital. And so what are the things we can do to put in place for the winter planning season that don't affect capacity, that allow us the best shot at being able to operate fully throughout the year? And this is where we're proposing to bring back the event safety plan for all events with 50 or more people. Right now, the event safety plan is required for any event that requires a special event permit. So this process has been happening, but not as extensively as being proposed here. And we're also proposing a bit of an update there to take into account some of the feedback we've heard from some of the events that have happened over the summer, is that there's really a request for even more information about what are the protective things that we can do to put in place to have the best and safest event. Next is revisiting and reinstating the Traveler Responsibility Code. Last year we started off with a Traveler Affidavit Program, and then towards the end of the winter morphed into this Traveler Responsibility Code. And the real benefit we found of the Traveler Responsibility Code was being able to partner with those in the hospitality industry who already have that connection to visitors coming to the area, to be able to push out what are those expectations and requirements when you come to Pitkin County, and having people see that before they come here, knowing what they're getting into. And we really have heard that an additional benefit of this is taking the pressure off those frontline employees from being the first ones to tell visitors of what the expectations are in Pitkin County. And so we see that as a benefit to implement again for this wintertime season. Finally, we currently have a 2021 business playbook, but recognize that it can be updated with updated mitigation measures, and especially when it comes to vaccination policy considerations. There's a lot of conversation going on right now about vaccination requirements, both for staff, for guests, and the legality of that. What are the considerations to take into account? And so really being able to help lay that out for businesses to be able to take this off season, think through those items that might be most relevant and pertinent to a business's operation, and have those in place for the winter time.
We have a question here, Jordana.
Yeah, Jordana, Greg again. Just regarding the vaccination policy, thank you for bringing that up. Because we have, I don't know how many businesses or events or venues we have that will demand a vaccination proof. I'm hoping that gets pushed out in the marketing and with the Traveler Responsibility Code, that if you really want to have a great time when you come to Aspen and arrive vaccinated, for instance, I'm just thinking this would be an opportunity for some PR or marketing to that effect. Because you can probably come without it, if you really want to, but you're going to have more fun if you are vaccinated. And I think this might be an opportunity to really push that message out to people, and it might make a difference. If we're not going to require an affidavit of some sort, we're really just putting out this code, which sounds like it might get the same result. But I just want to make sure people understand that, hey, they're going to have more fun if they're vaccinated. First of all, the locals are going to appreciate them, and that goes a long way. So that's my 2 cents about the winter marketing. Thanks.
Thanks, Greg. Moving along down the list is the next trigger, which is laid out here as if Aspen Valley Hospital makes the move to suspend elective surgeries, that would be the trigger by which mitigation strategy that would require 50% capacity indoors, or the option of 100% vaccination verification to go into effect. To clarify, this does not include schools. There would be additional event restrictions aligned with this concept of reducing capacity to be able to reduce transmission of COVID if this were to happen. So I think, if we are at the point where we are suspending elective surgeries at AVH, this has only been done one other time in AVH's history, which was, I think, during the first March of the pandemic. So there's been really, buy-in from the winter planning group and AVH at this point, that trigger really illustrates a severity of, reduced capacity at the hospital, and a very distinct trigger, something that is happening. It's not, and is very distinct as to when that call would be made and when these measures would go into place. The final trigger to be discussed is, if the hospital reaches those crisis standards of care, that would be the point at which we would revisit a stay-at-home order, returning travelers to return home, and really just leaving it to the essential businesses to be operating, going back to just associating with your household, and having schools even be remote if we are at this really critical and concerning point of not being able to care for individuals, not being able to transfer individuals out, and having to stand up alternative sites of care. So I will pause there and see if there's any questions.
One question, Jordana. With people who have gotten the booster shot, so they've gotten their third Pfizer shot, is there any data yet as to the effectiveness of that against the Delta variant?
Not yet. So that effectiveness slide does not differentiate between those that are just have two doses and are considered fully vaccinated versus one additional dose with the booster shot. Steve, I can look in to see what some of the data has said when Pfizer was being reviewed and what the benefit of that additional shot is, but it won't be specific to Colorado.
Okay, thanks, Jordana.
Okay, Jordana, I'm not seeing other questions right now. You can keep going.
Great. So what we will continue to monitor is on our current dashboard, we have ADH capacity that looks at 3 different components: the number of essential healthcare workers out, the number of daily visits, and that inpatient hospitalization and transfer capacity. And so while this tool in and of itself is not necessarily a trigger, it gives the community a good sense of risk, of where the hospital capacity is at any given point in time. We've also found that on that bottom graph there, what's even more helpful than looking at our Central Mountain RETAC hospital occupancy is looking at Colorado hospital occupancy across the entire state. You know, the AVH, when there is somebody that needs a higher level of care, is transferring patients to Grand Junction or to Denver to receive that higher level of care. And we have found that this is a better indicator of how difficult transferring is going to be than just looking at that RETAC hospital capacity. So these are available to all on our website. Finally, the next steps is that we'll be presenting this to the Board of Health on Thursday. We will have a process for the public to be able to provide written comment on this winter planning mitigation plan. We'll also plan to be connecting with different sector groups to get feedback on this winter mitigation plan. And then we'll bring back all of that feedback, comments, public comment to the Board of Health, as well as a final version of the staff recommendation to that November Board of Health meeting.
All right, great, thank you. We appreciate all the forward-looking and aggressive activity to keep us safe. Other questions or comments for Jordana on what we've seen?
Just thank you, Jordana. That's great, and I'll see you on Thursday.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, Jordana, great to have you with us today. Thank you.
Rich has a question.
Okay, last item. We're back to open discussion. Hi, Rich.
Hey, Kelly, I got a suggestion for you. I know you guys have had a long day. Kara's in the room. We've been talking. We could postpone her and have her report out tomorrow, if you guys would like that. I know that you guys have really had a long day today, and we can certainly do that, because I think this roadmap to recovery, there's going to be a lot of information and probably quite a few questions. So I don't want to, have you just kind of bow out because it has been a long day here, and I don't think you would, but I just don't want to keep you much longer. So
well,
certainly up
thank
to you, board.
Okay, we'll check in. I feel like we've been stringing Kara along all day.
I got more emails done today than if I was at home, so you're good.
Okay, so let's check in with board members. We will have a pretty short meeting tomorrow.
Yeah.
Considering, how are you doing?
I'm exhausted right now.
Okay. Budget really zaps people.
I never like to let people see me, not yawning. That's why I love this mask. But I appreciate that, Rich. I would defer it till tomorrow and be very grateful to Kara for even allowing this and not demanding to be heard. But we could do this tomorrow if we have more bandwidth and brain power. Let's do it tomorrow.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, Kara.
All right, and I look forward to a robust conversation because I think it's an important topic that Kara's going to bring to us. So our attention is deserved by her. So thanks, Kara. We will do this at open discussion tomorrow. And for any other open discussion items quickly while we conclude today.
I have one, but I could wait till tomorrow.
So
Yeah.
tomorrow I'm going to Zoom in. I'm actually getting my booster shot tomorrow,
Oh,
just
good for you.
a little bit before the meeting, and I'm just gonna go home and get on Zoom then,
Okay, sounds good. Hopefully you'll feel
instead
good.
of trying to come up here.
I'll be on Zoom too,
Okay.
with my granddaughter.
Depending
Depending
did you
on
wanna
how I
bring up your
feel.
open discussion, or do you
I'll
wanna
do it- I
hold
can
it
do
till
it tomorrow.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right, folks. Well, thank you so much for good work today. And again, thank you, Kara. And for any members of the public, we will have our regular session at noon tomorrow, Wednesday, October 13th. So thank you. We'll see you then. And thank you, Grassroots.
Good job. Thank you.
Thank you.